Good morning, everyone. We're starting our September 19th, 24 Planning Board meeting. Good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day, and we'll start with our adoption of resolutions. The first one is Dickerson Power Plant Forest Conservation Plan F 2024-0620, MCPB number 24-081. Where all board members can vote except Mr. Bartley this morning. So do I have a motion to approve the Dickerson Power Plant Forest Conservation Plan?
Yeah, motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Except Mr. Bartley can't vote on this one. So abstain on that one. Okay, the next is approval of minutes. There are minutes of September 5th, 2024. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of September 5th, 2024 as submitted?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Our next item, other preliminary matters, is Kings Crossing Site Plan Number 8/2024-0070, request for consideration and waiver of filing deadline. All can vote on this except Mr. Bartley, but before we vote, we have Council Allison Myers to explain what we're voting on. Thank you.
Of course, yeah. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Allie Myers with the Office of General Counsel. So before you is a request for reconsideration, and this is brought by staff. And after the issuance of the resolution on July 26, notice defect was brought to staff's attention by one of the parties. So staff is requesting reconsideration, which would void the approved resolution and require rehearing of the application. So under the rules of procedure 4.12.2, any party may file a response to a petition to reconsider. And in this case, the applicant, the property owners, have filed a response in opposition, which was provided to the board. In addition, there is a 7-day deadline for filing for reconsideration, but because staff learned about this notice issue after that 7-day period, staff is requesting a waiver, which is permissible under the rules of procedure. It allows for the chair to waive the filing deadline. So the filing deadline waiver is before you, and should you choose to waive that deadline, then the board would consider the request for reconsideration.
Thank you so much. So when did not the applicant, but the person that filed for request for consideration, when did they file it? How many days after the case was heard? Was it, do you have a sense of that?
So this request, my understanding is that the notice issue was raised in August, approximately like a little less than a month after the issuance of the resolution was when the notice issue came to light, and staff filed the request for reconsideration shortly after that.
Okay. All right, thank you. It really, what is the consequence, I mean, of this? We're really pushing to have affordable housing. We have a housing crisis. We have a shortage of housing. We would like, it's important to get that housing approved and developed in the county. I understand that this was the management company, but the owner had gotten notice, but it's just the management company. And also the last question is, if it had to come before the board again, so it's like a full hearing of this case? Is that with their attorneys and,
That's correct. So should the board vote to reconsider, it would void the resolution and another hearing would be held. The case would be renoticed as well. To your first question regarding the sort of impact, my understanding from staff is that the president of the community association was noticed, and that's who raised the notice defect, noting that the property manager was not notified. And the significance of that is that the property manager at prior stages had been the one coordinating the outreach to the tenants themselves. And so there was an expectation that notice to that individual, to the property manager, would be what would allow for outreach to the tenants to happen, to the residents.
Sorry if you already mentioned this, but the property manager, did they not actually know about the hearing, regardless of whether notice was sent to them?
That's my understanding.
Okay.
And who are the tenants? I
Yeah,
mean,
who are the tenants, and
like, I mean, is this,
they know.
okay. Okay. so-
What's the problem with the discussion?
On preliminary. Okay, so it was the HOA, so several property owners that maybe were not adjoining and confronting with the HOA would have told about the hearing, and they had been in close contact throughout the case. So the manager was expecting to hear from, us when the hearing was occurring, and he never got that notice.
Okay, so it was people that normally would have been notified but weren't notified.
And legally, that he was required to be notified because he is listed as the contact for the owner of the property. So in this case, said the president of the HOA got notice, but the owner of the property did not, of HOA property is what we're talking about.
And there was a sign posted that did provide notice in that way, correct?
But not the actual hearing date.
Not the hearing date.
That's what was lacking, was the actual hearing date.
Okay, so, great, thank you for that
Can I
confirmation.
ask a question? Does it make any difference if we're here? See, the point of the matter is that it was, some people were got and some people didn't. It was noticed. What is the difference if we just say that we consider it and come back to the hearing?
There may be additional people who would have shown up the first time around who will show up the second time around. So then you'll have additional testimony to consider, which may or may not change the outcome, but you will have different testimony before you.
Is there a way to have this, it's not like a shortened version of the hearing, but, so there'll have to be notice, everyone has to be noticed again. And
And we think that staff can get this on your agenda in October. They're hoping to bring it in the beginning of October, so there's not a substantial lag time.
okay, so regardless, is there any way in the future to, I guess this is the law, correct? This is,
Correct.
okay. All right,
Just, may I answer? We still have to grant the waiver on the 7 days, right? If we don't grant the waiver, then we can't get to the consideration in the first place.
True.
Okay,
So we don't grant it.
I don't agree.
Yeah, we don't grant it then.
okay. Any other questions or comments?
Actually, the chair has the authority to grant the waiver of the 7-day filing. That's the only difference. The chair
And-
can waive the filing deadline.
And is our council recommending that we grant the waiver?
It's within the board's discretion, but we do believe that notice was not accurate here.
Okay. Okay. So I would recommend that if staff believes that they can get it on in, what's it, November?
In October.
October, that I would grant the waiver. However, it is as a, we have a big housing shortage, and we should not, in general, let technicalities like this. I'm sure that the residents probably knew of this, but I'm not 100% sure. I would grant the waiver, but we have to determine in the future, how can we, I don't think we have to change the law, but make sure that,
Yes, staff is working on more backup procedures so that we double-check the notice lists,
Okay.
so that it doesn't happen again.
We're delaying housing because somebody didn't notify their property manager. they got the information. It's not our responsibility to make this communicate, to delay housing for their communication failure, is my.
No, it was ours.
I know that we didn't get it to them, but the president of the HOA really should confirm that they've received the information. And so I'm, that's, if it's on the list, it should have been on the list, but I still would say that this is substantial conformance. So that's my personal opinion.
Right, right. So I will grant the waiver, okay? And we need to make sure in the future there's some other options or something, if it went to X person, it's still considered, or, the owner is also required to, notify their employees about this. So I will grant the waiver. And is there any other vote we have to have on here?
The reconsideration itself needs to be voted on by the board as to whether you're granting the reconsideration.
So the reconsideration is to have the, the reconsideration is to allow the, make sure that the applicant comes back and this is heard again by the board.
And has another hearing, correct.
I would given we granted the waiver, I would recommend to grant the reconsideration. But I'm open to discussion by the board.
Yeah, I think since we're granting the waiver, I guess we have to grant reconsideration.
I don't think they have to. We have a vote.
Yeah.
We can, but
You can just take the vote.
I recommend that,
Yeah.
I recommend that is there a motion to grant reconsideration?
before, just a couple more questions, unless we're treading a little close to the line. Okay, so I'll try to stay on this side of the line. How quickly do we think we can get the resolution out as well? Because we previously had already had a resolution.
We generally bring you resolutions the following week.
Yeah.
So to the extent that the hearing, I think, they're trying to schedule it for October 3rd or 4th, whatever that Thursday is. So it'll be before you in a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And then usually we get the resolution to you the following week.
Okay. Do we have any sense that the applicant were they about to kind of go and pull the permit relatively soon?
No,
Is
I mean,
this-
we're early in this process. It's only been a month.
Mhm.
So, they don't even have certified plans yet. So there's still process. So yes, it's a setback, but
Right.
it should only be about 60-day setback.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus the additional cost of, I guess, having their lawyer show up to the hearing and that kind of stuff. I'll move to reconsider, to grant the reconsideration. I second everything that's been said. I think that, in these cases, to Commissioner Hedrick's point, I think that we kind of met substantial conformance. Obviously, I'm sure the property manager might disagree on that point, but communication was sent at various stages in this process as well. It's not as though they had one opportunity to engage in this process. They had several opportunities to engage, and proper communication was, to the best of our knowledge, was given during those other instances. So, yeah, I don't think that there was any kind of substantial failure or lack of information or communication. That being said, for the sake of kind of precedent, I suppose, I'll move to grant reconsideration.
I would just comment before it that there's a reason our communications requirements and our rules and our regulations have a belt and suspenders approach. There is a sign, there's a notification to the property manager, a notification to the HOA. I think substantial compliance qualifies here, and we have a situation in which we require them to notify multiple times so that the public can notice. If the president of the HOA got it and waited until a month after a public hearing to file a complaint, I don't believe that's on the communication provided by the applicant. We have signs, multiple emails, all of that kind of stuff. There's a reason we have a belt and suspenders approach. So I don't think the delay is necessary in this case, but you know what I'm saying.
I say no, but the same reason that James says. I do not know if James was yes or no. I didn't hear that, but.
I'm going to vote no, but yes.
Okay.
But let me just clarify again. It's not just that they didn't know. It is that one of the points of notice that's required is to the owner of property. And we get that information through SDAT records. And in this case, the HOA was not only an organization that required notice, but they were also an owner.
Yeah.
And the SDAT record was the management company. And so we did not send to the proper SDAT address that was supposed to get notice.
I'll just
Those
say,
are the facts.
there is redundancy kind of baked in intentionally, as Commissioner Hedrick said. I completely agree with that. My concern is that if they pick on this to further challenge the approval, are we looking at a potential longer delay than we would face if we just grant the reconsideration, kind of move it along and not risk kind of further appeal of the original approval? Because the worst thing that can happen is that, like, this leads to some litigation, which, whether we think it's valid or not, can further delay, further cost the project. So that's my thinking in this case. I don't know obviously we don't know for a fact if that litigation would happen, but considering that it was a requirement by law, I think that's kind of feeding into my thinking.
I think that, you correct me, Emily, if I'm not saying it right. I think that staff brought it to our attention, and board had the discretion to decide. If we have the authority to say yes or no, then I don't see any ground for delaying it in future. I agree with you if that creates a delay, but the staff brought it here, so they did the right thing. Everybody was informed, and the board had the discretion to make a decision, and that's would allow the project not to be punished for that.
So here's what I said. I would recommend we do that under the condition that the staff could bring this project back in October. It's, and no later as, if they can do it in 2 weeks. I mean, I don't know. There was no reason for us to not deny it then, and I'm not going to go further about that, but it is, so that's why I'm saying it. And we can move forward with this. So
I don't have a vote on this matter, but just for procedure and policy sake, an SDAT search is never good enough, and that may be the policy, but anytime property rights are involved, a title search to disclose the true owner sometime may be required, necessary.
Just to be clear, this is a clarification question. The HOA is the owner, and the president is a representation of the HOA. What didn't come out was that they have a property manager to which they have delegated communication responsibility. Is that right? So the ultimate owner was notified.
We have two lists when we send notice. One list is to the HOA, and that list is created by the HOA itself, and they tell us who they want to get that notice. That was the president of the HOA. Then we have a separate list, which is based upon SDAT records as to who is actually the owner of adjacent properties. And that is the list that the HOA did not get notice of based on the ownership records.
Okay, so to clarify, we notified the people that the HOA requested that we notify, which is their president.
Correct, but not the owners, based on owner information.
Okay, but they told us who they wanted to notify, and we notified them.
the owners, which owners? Owners of the adjacent properties?
The HOA actually owns a piece of property that is adjacent to the project, so they should have gotten two notices, one as an HOA and one as a property owner.
Yeah, and they received one of those, which is a redundancy built into the communication system, which I think means substantial compliance with the communications requirement. But
Is that your interpretation, counsel?
No.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, so we will, my motion, is there a motion to approve the reconsideration in I don't know if I can caveat that the project with my understanding that the project can come back in October.
So I think Mr. Linden made the motion, and I guess someone seconded.
I made the motion. Oh, no, is there a motion? You
You
made
made
it,
the motion.
and then,
Okay. Someone second for discussion,
I'll second for the purposes of discussion.
and then I guess you have the vote.
right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye, but if we're looking at a 2-2 vote in this case, what does that
Motion
mean?
fails.
Motion fails,
and the
okay,
motion fails.
okay.
Okay, so we're going to, next is the round.
What happened? I didn't get it.
The motion has failed.
Okay, all right, great. So, well, we're moving on, great. So we're now on item number 4, roundtable discussion, the Parks Director. Good morning, Ms. Figueredo.
There we go. Good morning. Thank you so much. So today, I'm going to be handing off my director's report to Darren Flouché, Deputy Director for Montgomery Parks, and some other staff to brief you on our Long Branch Parks Initiative. But first, I want to talk to you a little bit about the genesis and the history of this plan. Back in 2018, the Parks Department and the board were receiving complaints about the condition of parks in Long Branch, which, as you know, is a high-need urban area. Long Branch has a lot of parks. It is, as a former Park Planning and Stewardship Division Chief, Jake Hull, who's now Director of Parks in Fairfax, used to say, it is park-rich but amenity-poor. But even more than that, the condition of the parks over the years had been deteriorating, and although our maintenance teams were really trying to be responsive, these parks needed a lot of work. Around that time, and I was not yet the parks deputy, Jake Hull took me to visit, I believe it was Long Branch Arliss, and she shared with me her idea of initiating a number of improvements in Long Branch parks in a coordinated, holistic way. In other words, let's look at what's needed in that area overall instead of park by park and start adding improvements. When I became the deputy director in 2019, that idea turned into the Long Branch Parks Initiative. The goal was to take a new approach. Instead of one project at a time, which could take decades, we would start targeting a bunch of parks at one time, again, in a coordinated way. We would pull together resources from our CIP and any other pot of funding that we could find, bond bills, federal earmarks, et cetera. And now we're several years into this. We have projects that are completed and projects that are underway. Today, you're going to hear about a plan that formalizes and gives structure to what we've been doing and where we're going with the Long Branch Parks Initiative. So with that, I will hand it over to Darren Flouché.
Thank you, Mitty. Good morning, everyone. Really happy to be here. For the record, Darren Flouché, Deputy Director of Administration for Montgomery Parks. Really happy to be briefing you on the Long Branch Parks Initiative Plan. As Mitty said, this is sort of a unique and special approach for us. Instead of taking one park at a time, we've taken these 10 parks together to look at the whole neighborhood park as a system. And so the goal here is to plan all 10 parks systematically in a way that understanding that something that we do in one park means that we might not have to do it in the next. If we can't fit something in one park, we might be able to fit it in another and really have a sort of a comprehensive view of the parks in this community. And it's an important community because it's one that has been arguably overlooked for some time and needs a lot of love. And so we wanted to develop a compelling vision that would create some energy and excitement around that and drive resources to it, both from our own variety of funding sources and also grants and potentially charitable contributions as well. So one of the ways in which this is a unique plan is how many people were a part of it. And one of the things that we're really appreciative and proud of is how park staff and community members rallied around this initiative. So You know, and it's not every day that I get to present to you all on a plan as a deputy director. This is one that partly because it's been a long time in the works, something that I got to work on, I guess first as a trails manager and then as the division chief for park planning and stewardship. And then Christy Kabadi has really taken up the mantle of the project and helped us get to the finish line. But it has been many, many hands involved in this, from our public affairs and community partnerships that you'll hear how we really tried to go above and beyond on engagement on this one. Our park development staff, you'll hear how we've been working on multiple tracks to get some designs going while we're still in the engagement and planning phase. Our operations teams have been thinking really hard about how to lean into Long Branch and improve the condition and maintenance of those parks. We have folks thinking about the horticulture and forestry of the area, have contributed planning there. And of course, Park Police has been really involved in their community engagement, staff, and others in helping us think about the feeling of safety and improving safety in the community. So it's always dangerous to put a list like this of staff because you might spell somebody's name wrong or you might leave somebody out. So please just consider this a tasting menu, and there are many, many folks behind the scenes that may not be listed here, and we apologize for that, but we appreciate everybody's contributions here. And finally, it's like when you look at an academic acknowledgements page, they say, I'd like to thank all these esteemed people for reviewing it, but if there's any errors, those are the fault of the author themselves. So Christy and I want to say that if you don't like the plan, it's our fault, and not the many people listed on the screen here. So the scope is unique and interesting. It's 10 parks, including the Long Branch Stream Valley Park, which sort of creates the spine of the network, and a number of neighborhood parks and local parks, and Flower Ave Urban Park. And I think you should have an 11 by 17 map in front of you to take home with you. The goals of this project as defined during the initiative work itself was what we're calling triple connectivity. We want to connect people to their parks, physically through their parks. We want to connect people to each other by having attractive amenities in the parks and events and programs that bring people together. And we want to connect the ecosystem in the Long Branch community. And to continue with our theme of threes, we have 3 different concurrent efforts here. We had the robust community engagement that Michelle is going to talk about. We had the planning analysis and existing conditions. And then we wanted to make sure that, given that this plan has a long tail that Mitty described, that we weren't waiting for this moment to initiate the improvements, that we were working concurrently through the planning engagement phases, improving bridges, improving parks, leaning into park cleanups that you'll hear a little bit about, and making change and improvements right away. So we've been working in this community for several years. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Michelle Ramirez, and I just want to note this is her first time presenting to the Planning Board.
Hello. So Michelle Ramirez, I'm the Public Outreach Specialist for the Public Affairs and Communities Partnerships Division. So as it's been stated, this project is unique in scale and complexity. So with the multiple parks involved and such a diverse multilingual community, we really needed to step up our outreach and engagement process. So it was a lot more elaborate and multi-pronged approach in order to get feedback from a representative cross-section of the community. We relied heavily on existing relationships with community groups and residents with the goal of better understanding their relationship to their neighborhood parks, as well as gathering feedback on what amenities were going to elevate the Long Branch parks. There we go.
Montgomery Parks quiere saber qué te
All right,
gustaría ver
so
en tu parque
outreach
local.
officially kicked off in
En los
April
próximos meses
2022
y
with an
años,
online survey.
realizaremos mejoras y
However, we
agregaremos
knew that
nuevas
simply posting the
comodidades,
survey online
incluyendo la
wasn't
adición de
going
nuevos
to
muebles
give us the
en
results we
Flower
needed,
Avenue
and it
Park,
wasn't going to reach our
bancos, una
target
nueva
audience.
pasarela y un puente
So
que
this
conecta
audience
dos
wasn't
senderos.
already plugged
Pero
into
lo
our
que
newsletter
realmente
or social
queremos
media.
saber es tú qué quieres. A través de la iniciativa de los parques del vecindario Long Branch, trabajaremos con la comunidad para comprender cómo podemos mejorar estos parques, ya sean
So
áreas
we
de
had to
picnic,
cast a
mejores
wide net
canchas y campos
in order to
deportivos,
meet the community
mejorar
where
las
they were,
conexiones de
which
senderos,
meant
un
going out and
jardín
knocking on
comunitario
doors.
o algo
So in
nuevo.
collaboration with a
Queremos que
consulting group
nuestros parques sean
that provided
excelentes
staff that
lugares
spoke
para que nuestra
English,
comunidad
Spanish,
haga
French, and
ejercicio,
Amharic,
vea
we
amigos y
knocked on over
familiares y
2,500
disfrute
doors
del aire libre.
of
Estamos
multi-family
listos para
rental units. And we left flyers. We helped the residents take the survey. We invited them to upcoming events so they could come and share their feedback and meet the team behind the Long Branch Parks Initiative. We also spread awareness by launching a marketing campaign that was vibrant and fun, just like Long Branch. So this is some of the shirts that we wore for all of our events. That way, since it was spread out throughout 10 parks, people could recognize us in our signs and know that it was all part of the same initiative. So we also created this video that was in English and Spanish. It highlighted ongoing projects, invited residents to share their feedback, and talked about what projects were already going on. And since Spanish is one of the main languages in this area, we made sure that all our flyers, postcards, web pages were in both languages, English and Spanish, and we also had translation services available at public meetings and during in-park events. So from April to September of 2022, we participated in 9 community events as well as hosted our own kickoff picnic. The picnic was aimed to connect with the previously underengaged residents and the multifamily apartment complexes near Long Branch Arliss. So we invited them out for an afternoon of music, food, games, and again, so they would fill out the survey so we could gather their feedback. We partnered with key organizations in the Long Branch, like the Long Branch Business League, Cheer, DEP, the library, and MHP, because we knew that these groups were already deeply involved with the community, and they could help us build trust as we advanced on this multi-year project. In 2023, we continued our outreach and engagement by attending several community events. In February, we hosted a bilingual virtual meeting to share and gather feedback on the proposed concepts of Long Branch Arliss and Long Branch Local Park. And these concepts were informed by the survey responses from the previous year. We also visited Oakview Elementary School during lunch and asked the kids to draw their dream parks and vote on amenities they would like to see. We hosted an event at Quebec Terrace Neighborhood Park where we installed temporary soccer goals to pilot a soccer court, surveyed the community on future improvements, as well as treated everybody to some ice cream. But our outreach didn't stop there. This year, we participated in Power in the Parks, and it was our 3rd year going to the Long Branch Festival. That way, we could close that loop and show the community how their feedback was incorporated into the plans. We also organized community walks and held on-site meetings with elected officials and residents. A focus group for teenagers and one for parents were both held in August of 2022, and both focus groups were held in Spanish. So this outreach process took a lot of staff, time, and resources, but personally, I'm really proud of the robust effort. By having all of these touch points with the community, we achieved our goal of receiving the feedback and anecdotes from a diverse community that closely resembled the ethnic breakdown of Long Branch. And most importantly, we were able to deepen the ties that we had with the partner organizations and the community.
Thank you, Michelle. I also want to thank Melissa Chotner, who's here in the room and did a lot of work on that, and Christy Williams, the division chief, who was really supportive as well. So all of that worked. We got really good feedback, and we got feedback that more closely resembled the demographic breakdown of the community than we normally get. When we post an online survey, and it's kind of an opt-in type of survey, our demographics very rarely reflect the true diversity of the community. In this case, we looked at census data, so we understood what the actual demographic diversity was and whether or not we were meeting it. We, in a very rare case, oversampled the Hispanic and Spanish-speaking community, so that was a real achievement for us, something we're really proud of. You'll see that we're a little short of our target on African-American respondents, so there's always more work to do, but we feel really that the responses we got were reflective of the views of the community, so that was something of an achievement for us. And then in terms of what we heard, so we asked folks what the amenities they use the most, so we heard about playgrounds, trails, nature, picnic shelters, and soccer fields, to name a few. And then we asked what the concerns were, what some of the challenges with the parks were, and we heard that, you know, they were a little dirty, the condition of the amenities was poor, and that folks didn't necessarily feel safe going to parks in the community. I read all of the responses that we got, and I was struck by, there was a mother who said when she was raising her kids in El Salvador, she would just open the door and they would run out to the local park. She didn't feel safe doing that here in Long Branch. That really struck me. We've got some work to do. And then we heard from folks that sometimes when they did go to a park, they go to Prince George's County to go to a park. So, you know, we want to be responsive to that, hear that, and make sure that the parks in our communities are parks that we could be proud of and community members can be excited to go to. So we asked people what amenities that maybe do or don't exist they really liked, and we grouped these parks together knowing that these are adjacent parks, and so if we couldn't do something in one, we could maybe do it in another. That's why we did that this way. You'll see we did it for Long Branch Local and Arliss, and then we did it for New Hampshire Estates and Quebec Terrace, and so we gathered a lot of information about the types of amenities that people wanted. And then, you know, sometimes you have to see it to know if you'd like it. So on the left, we hear a lot about bathrooms, and we hear a lot about bathrooms in Flower Ave Urban Park. Really proud to say that we partnered with MHP, and they actually sponsored this pilot of the Throne bathroom, which is a very upscale portable bathroom. And it was very popular and successful. We're still trying to figure out if we can scale that up in any way, but it was really good to test it. And then on the right, there was a piece of unused pavement that we thought as planners would be great for a soccer court. But we also knew it was very close to the front doors of the multifamily housing. We didn't know if folks would be amenable to that, so we tested it. And then we did a survey, and we didn't get any significant objection to that. That's going to be really valuable information as we make our recommendations and try to implement something like that. It's tried, and it was popular, and there were not significant objections. So I want to talk about a little bit about our existing conditions analysis. Of course, we visited all the parks, and you can kind of see from the pictures that there's some work to do. These are well-used and well-loved parks, but sometimes loved to death. And of course, we looked at the existing planning efforts. So we looked at the Long Branch Sector Plan from 2013, which was really anticipating the purple line, which is another reason to pay attention to this community, because it's going to become transit accessible. We want to make sure that we're not only doing placemaking, but placekeeping to maintain the character of the community. And so we were able to draw some of the sector plan recommendations into the Long Branch initiative, including some property acquisition recommendations. And then we wanted to look at the community spatially and analytically, and so on the left, that's a photograph of the parks and their adjacent community services. This is a community that has a lot of community institutions like libraries, community centers, and schools, and so we wanted to make sure we were planning them in relation to their adjacent community services. And on the right, I talked about trying to drive resources to the Long Branch community. We submitted for a federal Reconnecting Communities grant. We didn't get it, but the process of applying for it helped us refine our triple connectivity thinking and identifying those barriers. You see those black lines on the left of Piney Branch Road and University, really segmenting the community, as well as the purple line, which is great for transit connectivity, but can have some limitations in terms of pedestrian crossing. And the stream valley itself can be a pedestrian barrier. So we want to make sure that our parks are reconnecting the community from a pedestrian standpoint as well. As Mitty mentioned, this is an equity community, the Planning Department's Community Equity Index, which we relied heavily on for analysis here, shows the dark red area as a highly disproportionately disadvantaged community, and the pink is a disadvantaged community. And so these are parks that really serve a diverse and in some ways underserved, many ways underserved community. In terms of environmental existing conditions, on the left you can see a degraded stream bank. In the center you can see a bunch of great volunteers helping clean up litter. And on the right, a stream overrun with non-native invasive species. But another environmental existing condition is that people love being able to go to the Stream Valley Park and be outside and experience nature. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Christy Kabadi to walk through the recommendations.
Thanks, Darren. I'm just absolutely thrilled to be able to talk to you about this today. I've spent a lot of my career at parks working on this, and it's really meaningful to me. My name's Christy Kabadi. I'm Acting Division Chief in Park Planning and Stewardship, and have been working on this project with Darren and Michelle from the start. So as we learned more about the community and the existing conditions, we also studied each park in depth. Gotcha. Which led to recommendations for all 10 parks that included park improvements and recommended amenities, and then site planning and concept design. So new amenities, existing amenities in each park could be improved, expanded, or even reconsidered to be something else. But as we were gathering our public input, we considered also new amenities. Some of the things that we heard over and over again that people wanted, and we're providing multiples of those, are picnic shelters with grills. This community likes to spend time with family outside. Walking paths or loop paths in parks. Soccer courts, it's a big soccer community, lots of interest in areas to play soccer. Outdoor fitness areas and natural surface trails. And particularly unique then to Long Branch for new amenities will be a new skate park, a dog park, and pickleball courts that will be shared with tennis. So our environmental recommendations include outfall restoration to slow down stormwater and increase infiltration. Also stream valley restoration or stream restoration that helps to protect WSSC sewer infrastructure in the stream valley, but also, as importantly, to prevent erosion and provide habitat in the area. NNIs, as Darren mentioned, non-native invasive plant species are prevalent in this area because of the urban nature and land uses in Long Branch. And one of our recommendations is to work really hard to reduce the amount of non-native invasives to improve habitat and encourage biodiversity. So as both Darren and Mitty mentioned, one of the main goals of the Long Branch Initiative was to drive resources to Long Branch. And Montgomery Parks has applied for and received many local, state and federal grants. And you can see here, it's a pretty good list. There are some that we didn't get, as Darren mentioned as well. But right now, we're looking at about a little more than $5.5 million in funding that we've secured for these projects. And there's more to come. Okay, so you may be wondering when all this is happening. But as has been mentioned before as well, we got started almost immediately as we started the plan, working on improvement projects, specifically bridges, trails, and stream restoration has already been underway. We have a really ambitious anticipated timeline to build and improve more than 10 parks and projects in the next 4 to 5 years. And again, this is a really unique aspect of this plan that as the plan is unfolding, the work is unfolding. And then we have future projects planned as well. And you see there, Purple Line is anticipated to open in 2027. Our goal is to accomplish a lot of this work as the community is already undergoing some of the construction pains. And so that as the Purple Line and the connectivity of the Purple Line is available, so will be the parks.
Do you know how much is the total cost?
For all of the park projects? I don't have that off the top of my head, but we could probably figure it out for you. Yeah. Okay, so we're really proud of this work and really excited that some of the projects are already underway or completed, so we wanted to share that with you today. The plan sort of kicked off, as Mindy said, several years ago, and one of the early projects was this placemaking improvement in Flower Avenue Park, which really gave the park a nice facelift and a flair that matched Long Branch. And then in 2023, we came back to Flower Avenue Park and we expanded the park by almost 50% by improving an adjacent property we had purchased many years before. And now the picture on the right is the Long Branch Festival uses that space for additional fun things to do. So the Long Branch Garland Neighborhood Park is slated for a full park refresher. But we didn't want to wait for that to happen. We decided to convert this picnic area on the left, which is a popular picnic area, but was not accessible. And we put in a shelter, accessible tables, grills, and an accessible ramp. We've been talking about bridge projects. We are replacing almost all of the bridges across the Long Branch Stream Valley. And this is a really nice example. Just recently completed. We're still working on some Stream Valley work here that's going to be completed any day now. This is the Claiborne Avenue Bridge that is a major pedestrian connector between neighborhoods and the Rolling Terrace Elementary School. So you can see we widened the bridge and made trail improvements and accessibility improvements as part of this project. Stream restoration that I've been talking about quite a bit is ongoing. We've completed several sections of stream restoration. We have several more to complete. This is an example of the before and after near Forston Street, which included an outfall restoration, WSSC sewer infrastructure protection, and a stream channel restoration along with trail improvements. And trail improvements are ongoing. The paved trail will eventually reach all the way from Piney Branch Road all the way down to Carroll Avenue. And there are 5 minutes left in our meeting. Many sections are completed. We have 2 more to complete and are continuing work on that.
Is it possible to extend the trail all the way north to Upper Long Branch Neighborhood Park? I was looking at it. The top part, the north part, doesn't have any trail.
Yes, we are planning to extend natural surface trails. So right now there are a lot of People's Choice trails in the Stream Valley, but the Stream Valley is so narrow. It's pretty much north of Arliss Park. The Stream Valley is so narrow that we're not going to be able to accomplish paved trails up there, but we will be doing some natural surface trails. Yeah, it's part of the plan. We also have quite a few projects on the boards currently, and this is one of them that I mentioned before, Long Branch Garland Neighborhood Park. So the picnic area on the left is the one that's already been constructed, but we have big plans for this park, including expanding the park across Domer Avenue to allow for a nicer connection between Garland Avenue and Barron Street across the Stream Valley. This is also a lot of children walk from the apartments near Garland Avenue across the bridge to Rolling Terrace Elementary School. Another new bridge, Prospect Bridge, is getting ready to go into construction. We've got the park renovation at Long Branch Wayne Local Park, which was a facility plan approved by the board several years ago, and this is getting ready at 60% design as well. This is Long Branch Local Park. This is going to be the site of the skate park in Long Branch and a new soccer field. This one's still in concept design, so we'll have to hold our breath and see how the plan changes, but we're hoping to start construction on this one in 2026. In addition to the infrastructural recommendations and projects you've just seen, we were really interested in continuing our success in community connection and wanted to make some non-infrastructural recommendations as part of the plan. I'm going to go through these relatively quickly because I know we're running short on time. So our park activation team has conducted and continues to conduct some really successful events in Long Branch. This is the Salsa in the Park. What's really wonderful about these events is it gives neighbors a shared experience that they can, in spite of their diversity, both economically and otherwise, they can meet and mingle in the parks. Volunteering is really important in Long Branch and is helpful for all kinds of reasons. This is a park cleanup happening in Long Branch. We do park cleanups and Weed Warriors volunteering events. And in 2023, we secured funding to get a contract position to help us with this kind of outreach and volunteer activity. And I wanted to give a shout out to Dawson Pennypacker, who filled that role, has been really successful in Long Branch, and our recommendation in the plan is to continue that position into the future as a full-time position.
You can raise your hand that people can see.
Yeah, and I'd also like to call out Valeria, who helps run the cleanups as well. Thanks, Valeria. Also, I'd like to just mention that Valeria and Michelle have been really instrumental in our outreach because they both speak Spanish, which is really helpful. Our community partners were a cornerstone of this project, as you heard before, and so recommendations here are just to continue those positive relationships to benefit the community. We've had a lot of support. It's been really wonderful, some really nice relationship building, Long Branch. And of course, part of feeling welcome in parks is feeling ownership of parks. So we'd like to continue to encourage stewardship for park patrons, which starts with care of the parks and education. So we'll continue those efforts as well. And then with all these great new trails we have, we want to increase some trail programming and build more trail programs in Long Branch, and including Learn to Ride programs, bike rodeos, things like that, to take advantage of the new trails. So thank you so much. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Darren for some concluding remarks.
All right, thank you, everybody. Just wanted to, again, note that it was a team effort, and really thank everybody in parks and the community groups, Cheer and MHP and Nature Forward, who work really closely with us on this plan. I think some of them may be listening, so I really appreciate that collaboration. And we're just excited to keep the momentum going on those projects that Christy mentioned, and we will now use this plan to try and drum up more support for funding and implementation. And we will be handing the baton to our colleagues at Planning, who are undertaking the Eastern Silver Spring Communities Plan, and our colleague in Parks, Christina Sasaki, I think he's here, will be being the Parks liaison for that project. So we'll continue to see this work and this focus on this community expand. And that concludes our presentation.
Well, let me just say that this is a wonderful presentation, and what I really love about it is how you're having such a holistic long-term view of what can happen and what is happening in Long Branch. That I live not far from there, and in my former company, MHP, that was a major area where they put a lot of effort to make sure that community thrived. And so thank you. Having those partnerships is very important, and partnerships. And then I loved how you did these, the visioning for the future by trying out some things like the soccer to see how it could work. And so thank you for your hard work in that. It is, I love walking along trails, and it's so wonderful to have continuous trails, not just a piece here, a piece there, but how you look, taking the long-term view of having, how the whole community can benefit from that. It helps build community. So thank you so much.
One of the best things for me coming back to planning board, that I can see the visions that we had. As Midi said, in 2018, that was a vision. And it is so beautiful to see that it is happening. Just a few feedback that I really loved, as Chair Harris said, I really loved the way that you Parks Department has taken as a wholesale approach for the SUV park. And I do not know, maybe you have done that, but I think it's really nice that when we have this wholesale approach for the SUV park in that neighborhood, we include other partners for community centers, for the libraries, for the recreation centers, and also the road systems, because we are changing our road system to make them more friendly and more passengers to come. So if we create a complete public facility access in the whole thing, that if at the same time that we are doing the park, we could see that how people could benefit any kind of improvement in the rec center, coordinate with our rec center. They probably have some facility plan or some plans for renovations, but we work all of this together that the timing could work, especially with DOT in regard to make all the roads more accessible, more bikeable, and more pedestrian friendly, that people can continuously be able to cross the road or reach the different amenities in different parks. That's why it's very important that even though if it is natural trail, we be able to connect all of the SUVs with the bike or with the pedestrian, and if it's not possible on the friendly, accessible roads that they have sidewalks and bike path, that people can reach there without going to the park. The success of your program in here is giving me the idea that we continue doing that for all of our SUVs, for all of Stream Valley parks. We have so many of them. I don't know how many we have, 5, 6, 7, I don't know. But there are a few ones that I can think of. The Rock Creek Stream Alley, we have the Sligo Creek Stream Valley, that we have all of these different pockets of parks. And if we could have the same kind of holistic approach in looking at all of those parks, it gives our communities a much better access to those parks. But really, good job and bravo for all of you guys. I love it that you have about $5.5 million in grants and other things. Kudos to all of you guys. I don't know if Andy could get his grant person to continue in getting more, but that's something that I would support, that it would pay off for it. Good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of the other board members, comments, questions?
Great presentation. I love the map and I love the booklet. And I was going to make a comment. Councilmember Gabe Albornoz often points out that he would like to see more futsal courts and or fields. And I like the fact that this Long Branch local park will have a soccer field, but I'm also hopeful that maybe you consider futsal courts like Councilmember Albornoz would like to see, especially in these communities. One of the things that's good about parks is that there is green space to beautify the community and allow people to connect, but I think there also needs to be opportunities for team sports and interaction through competitive athleticism. And so I like the fact that a soccer field is going in, but I would like to see also more fields, and futsal courts are much smaller than other traditional ball fields. Thanks.
Yeah, there's so many things I love about this. I don't want to take all the time to rattle off the full list, but just congrats to you and your team. I'm honestly, I'm totally blown away by just how extensive and comprehensive and connected this whole project and program is, like as you've described. Like I'm completely blown away. And everything from the engagement program you had, which I think continues to set the standard for what that can and should be, to the pilot programs, which are like low risk, potentially high reward, trial and error. Like I think that's exactly the right approach there. The grant funding, in kind of our tight budget environment, like seeking more and more state and federal grants, like that's so important. And the level of success you've had with this one project alone, like that blows me away. I'm just, this is such an incredible demonstration of, as I think Commissioner Pedoeem like alluded to, like what we potentially can do, like it's great for this community and like other communities, like, okay, let's, it's easy for me to say because you all are doing the hard work, but, it was such a great proof of concept for like what other, connected areas can be as well. And the way that, and we've talked about this before, parks, should be connected to everything else that we're doing on the planning side too. There's really no separation there with the land use, the community connections, the social connections, and the way that was just baked into this from the beginning too, thinking about how do we kind of help people get from here to there using our parks? How do we help our parks sort of be those social spaces? Thinking about how the Purple Lines can interact with these, different communities as well and their access to parks. So just, yeah, congrats again. Look forward to hearing about kind of future work in similar ways. And yeah, thanks for the great presentation too, because it's we hear about some of these. It's rare that we get kind of, I think, this view into kind of the comprehensive approach with all these parks connected as one. And yeah, I loved hearing about it. So congrats, thanks.
Thank you. I just want to say on behalf of the Parks Department, all our park staff, I think you can see that we're all a little bit in love with this project. We're really proud of it. I think this is kind of a culmination of so many things that we've been thinking about how to deliver services and facilities, how to integrate the work we do with all the other important planning work, including, of course, as I know is very important to all of you, housing needs and how those things go together. So we are how to connect to our community. Who are we talking to and how are we getting to them, and how are we incorporating what they're telling us? What are we even asking them and to what purpose? All of this we have thought so much about over the last 5 years. And as I think we all know, 5 years in planning world and park world, it's not a lot of time. So we've accomplished quite a bit. We have a lot more work to do. It's, Commissioner Pedoeem asked how much money it was gonna cost. I think if you tally it all, it's many, many millions, but we're gonna get there.
Yeah. It's a fun thing about working with smart people is they say everything you were going to say, and it's cool, and you don't have much to add. But this, to sort of piggyback on it, but it's a really great microcosm, I think, of how we're going to work moving forward. The idea of taking the parks holistically, collectively, the fact of looking for external funding, the fact of doing stream restoration along with the recreation and resources. This is a model of sort of the future of the park system and how we're going about funding and doing and integrating everything we do. I think is really great. So this looks really nice. So thanks a lot, y'all. Appreciate it.
I just want to say that as long as Andy is here, no stream restoration going on scene. Oh, yes, look at him, yeah.
Dude, those before and after pictures are fantastic. Keep bringing the before and after stream restoration pictures. Those are fantastic. And having recently been tramping through a stream zapping fish with a wand thing, it's nice to see a restored stream versus it was really cool. So thanks a lot.
Yep, so I guess you know how we feel about this. So, you think in like in the, in the high school cheerleading, they would say, we want more. So thank you so much. We really appreciate you coming before us and telling us about this project, this vision, and also not just a vision, what's happening today and will happen tomorrow. So thank you. So we're going to take a 3-minute break and start with item number 5, Curbless and Shared Streets Design Guide Briefing, where staff is providing where staff is requesting that the board provide policy direction to staff. Thank you so much. Good morning. We're on item number 5, Curbless and Shared Streets Design Guide Briefing, where staff is recommending that the board provide further provide recommendations based on the staff's presentation. Thank you so much. And we this morning we have Ms. Darcy Buckley to present, but I'm not sure if Mr. Ansbacher would like to lead us off with.
Yeah, I'm just going to kick it off. For the record, David Ansbacher. So the Curbless and Shared Streets Design Guide is the result of an ongoing 6-year relationship with Montgomery County DOT that has brought the staffs of the two agencies together, working in collaboration to create a shared understanding of street design. The effort began in 2018 when MCDOT and Montgomery Planning signed an MOU to develop the county's first complete streets design guide. That was approved in 2021, and you all updated it earlier this year. In 2022, building upon that successful relationship and efforts to develop the Complete Streets Design Guide, the two agencies agreed to extend our MOU to flesh out one of the street types in the Complete Streets Design Guide, shared streets. This was in recognition of the growing desire among developers to include shared streets in their project designs, but really the county lacked an agreed upon framework for evaluating them. So the resulting curbless and shared streets guidelines offers a big step forward in advancing this new street type in the county. It's going to be followed up with changes to the county code, regulations, and the Complete Streets Design Guide itself. This partnership isn't ending here. It's going to continue later this year when MCDOT kicks off a curbside management effort that planning will be involved in. But today, Darcy Buckley and Andrew Bassi are going to provide you a briefing on the guide. If the board is okay with the guide, you could approve it today, or if you have comments and would like to hold a work session on the guide, the team can certainly come back to you at a future date with a work session to address any comments, concerns, issues that you have. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Darcy and Andrew.
Thanks, Dave. Darcy Buckley for the record. So today we're going to just give you an overview of curbless and shared streets, provide some background on the project and the process of developing the guide. We will review the draft guide and talk next steps, as well as have plenty of time for discussion and questions. So we'll start with what are curbless and shared streets. This street type re-envisions the use of the public spaces between the building faces, and it highlights the social aspects of the street in addition to the mobility functions. These are accessible, inclusive, flexible, and adaptable spaces. Curbless streets function a lot like a conventional street, but it lacks the vertical curb and gutter, and it can be closed easily for special events. Whereas shared streets are also curbless, but the design really emphasizes that cars are guests in this space. Through traffic is discouraged and motor vehicle speeds and volumes are extremely low. The impetus for this guide was an increasing interest in this flexible street type from both, we saw it on the developer side as well as from the community. We were concerned that we could end up with a handful of unsuccessful shared streets, and that they could also be used as a way to forego sidewalks and other infrastructure that we usually require. So we created this guide to help ensure the success of the street type. This guide will inform the master planning and the development review process. It promotes high-quality designs that create safe and shared environments for people walking, rolling, biking, as well as driving. It also aligns policies and regulations relating to curbless and shared streets. As part of the effort, we identified sections of the code and regulations that will need to be updated. And it also ensures that curbless and shared streets are designed to be fully accessible for people with disabilities, that they provide access for emergency vehicles, allow for maintenance, and effectively integrate stormwater management. To develop the guide, we formed an interdisciplinary work group. We had regular meetings with experts in various fields, including planning, engineering, development review, environmental protection, stormwater facilities, emergency access, as well as other specialties. This was all done in partnership with the consultant Tool Design. We conducted a comprehensive literature review, evaluated our existing policies and regulations, and engaged in discussions with development review staff. Our outreach and engagement efforts included engagement with the Montgomery County Commission on People with Disabilities. That effort was focused on planning and design for accessibility. Because these streets lack typical, like a curb, as you'd see on a normal street, the accessibility aspect was especially important. The desired outcomes for these street types are the same as every street. These same outcomes are identified in the Complete Streets Design Guide. First is safety. This means the streets need to be planned and designed to be safe, low-speed environments that manage traffic speeds and reduce hazards for all users. Sustainability. Sustainable design elements such as street trees, vegetation, stormwater management can enhance the urban ecosystem. The guide encourages street designers to incorporate additional green and sustainable features and to make use of low maintenance and recycled materials. And finally, vitality. Curbless and shared streets can enhance the visual and economic appeal of the streetscape. They help create great places where people want to be. They attract commerce, encourage a thriving community, and promote all modes of transportation, including walking, biking, and rolling. This guide establishes policy for the design of both private and county-owned curbless and shared streets. It will be used in conjunction with our other policies. Specifically, it can be used for siting a curbless or shared street, such as deciding where they would go, either as part of a new development or as a retrofitting of an existing street. It will also be used for designing the street itself and determining the appropriate elements and treatments to include on the street. And it's also can be used to while engaging across agencies within our larger community and with developers and other stakeholders. Next, we'll talk about the fundamentals of the curbless and shared streets. Start by explaining what they're not. So this slide talks about conventional streets. A conventional street on conventional streets, you'll see that the different modes are channelized often with physical separation, such as a curb, and sometimes we'll see it with bike lanes or separated bike lanes. And notably, the street surface is grade separated. So you'll have a street and then you'll have a curb that's raised where you'll have the sidewalk. On a curbless street, the street surface is generally level across the entire street. And the only grade differentiation you'll see is a kind of a 2-inch tall sloping curb at the edge of the walking area, which is helpful for accessibility purposes. On a curbless street, movements are still channelized by mode. It's very clear where the pedestrian area is. However, pedestrians will feel comfortable crossing in designated crosswalks, but they could also cross anywhere across the street. And these streets are also sometimes referred to as festival streets. They're very easy to close for events, and the lack of the curb makes that easy to do and makes it a great place to congregate. Shared streets, on the other hand, are also curbless, but they're differentiated in that the entire area feels safe and comfortable for people walking. There's still a dedicated pedestrian area, but they also will feel comfortable walking within the street area. And pedestrians are prioritized in these environments, and they'll feel comfortable using or crossing any part of the streets. When it comes to siting these streets or figuring out where they should go, there are a few things to look at. The first is the role in the transportation network. The guide recommends avoiding creating spaces for through traffic, as they're usually intended only for roads that are not key components of the regional street network. For example, you wouldn't want to put an area like this, like on Georgia Avenue, say. That would be an inappropriate place. Rather, they're ideal for streets with higher level of either of pedestrian activity or demand and lower motor vehicle traffic. The guide also looks at equity and community. Shared streets should be equitably located to serve people from a wide range of backgrounds. The space should be available for everyone, not just those who can afford to live or shop in a specific area. And events, programming, art, and other interpretive aspects of the space should reinforce the message that the space is for everyone. Land use context and character. These streets are appropriate for downtown areas, town centers, and also suburban areas. If you look at the pictures on the right-hand side, you can see examples in these different types of environments. The first one is a picture of a shared street in Bethesda, Maryland. The way this is in downtown Bethesda, the way this street is used, it's actually closed to traffic on a regular basis. I believe it is open for deliveries on the off hours, but that's an example in an urban environment. The next one is an example in kind of a town center type environment. And the third is a campus environment, which is also not unlike our suburban areas. We identified 5 design principles for designing these streets. The first is to design for universal access at the human scale. That means removing barriers and integrating guidance into the physical environment that helps people navigate and use the space. The second is to minimize the delineation of space. So that means minimizing road markings and signage, and instead providing tactile cues at the street edge, which is especially important for people with vision disabilities. There could also be tactile clues for cars as well, such as narrowing of the lanes or having speed bumps or speed tables. Next is to create a distinct environment. These spaces should feel like a destination. This can be done with the help of gateway treatments that tell you when you're entering and leaving the space, as well as special pavings to create an environment that communicates pedestrian priority. 4 is to allow for flexible use and to encourage people to gather and to rest. So you will want furniture and places to sit and for people to take their time while in this space. And 5 is to consider operations and maintenance. Implications such as building access, parking, long-term maintenance of stormwater features, as well as the special pavers. Now I'm going to pass it over to Andrew Bossi from the Montgomery County Department of Transportation to talk more about the street types.
Hi, I'm Andrew Bossi with the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. I want to dive a bit more into the design details for each street type. We'll first start with the different zones that both a curbless street and a shared street have. At the center of the road on the right side, there's the shared zone. That's where everybody mixes together, kind of the central focus of these streets. Then just left of that, this is the blue part, is the furniture zone. This is intended to be a porous space. Basically, it's kind of pedestrians can easily pass through it, but you want to have kind of hidden barriers that try and stop cars from being able to pass through it, whether it's planters, maybe it's bollards, trees, just cafe seating, kind of the livable things you enjoy as a pedestrian that, of course, cars don't want to drive through. We'll probably have lots of, that's where stormwater management and other facilities like that may also be located. Then left of that in purple is the comfort zone. That's exclusively pedestrian-only space. This is where those who don't feel comfortable in the shared zone, they can come here. It's also intended to be really the accessible path if you have difficulty, not just comfort, but if you have difficulty navigating a shared environment like that. This is where you'd have the tactile strips that I'll mention in a couple more slides that can help guide you through this street and to crossing points. Then left of that is the frontage zone, just like in complete streets. This is the green section here. This helps knit the building frontages into this environment. It's, again, we'll expect cafe seating and signboards and just things that help make the building frontages feel part of the space. I'll recap a couple things, but curbless streets, of course, Darcy mentioned quite a bit on this. They're intended to be low motor vehicles, but there may still be some motor vehicle presence. These can be loading, they'd have parking. If there is parking, you'd want to have it in small groupings so you don't form a wall of parking. You could alternate which side it's on to form chicanes, and that all helps slow down traffic and lets it remain, again, porous for pedestrians to maneuver around. There can be garage and loading access for developments that might be on these streets. And then at the right-of-way listed at the bottom left corner, about 50 to 70 feet right-of-way is kind of the typical starting asking point, but through different shrinking, they can go down to about a 30-foot minimum.
What is low? When you say motor vehicle speeds low, what do you call low?
For these streets, it's probably going to be about 15 miles per hour, where possibly slower. I think that's where we're limited right now. So there's the state legislation, I believe, limits us to 15 miles per hour across the board. I'll get to that on the next slide. So I think 15 is the upper limit, down toward five, yeah. So it's a little bit more movement on these streets compared to the next slide when I get to shared streets. And one last thing I'll just describe with the curbless streets is I'd loosely say it's like, as a pedestrian, every point on the street feels like a crosswalk. That's as opposed to shared streets, where I say as a pedestrian, every point in the street feels almost like a sidewalk. That's the goal of comfort you're trying to get to with shared streets. And to speak to your point about speed, I think shared streets are really maximum 5 miles per hour. And that, I think we mentioned kind of next steps and legal needs that will come from all this. That's one of the big ones. If we're limited at a state level to 15 mile per hour streets at this point, we can't do shared streets yet. But in complete streets, we did the same thing. We had aspirational designs in complete streets that now we are approved to build. Now we can do that, and we're hoping to get to the same stage with shared streets. And this can still apply internal to new developments when they're doing driveways. They can still build basically their driveways at that point. They're not streets as we would call them if they were a public road. So a couple other things with shared streets here. Just like curbless, they're both very low volumes, but these are even lower volumes. We don't expect to have any loading. If there is parking, there's less desire to have parking on these streets, but if there is, it should just be restricted possibly only to accessible vehicles only, or disability parking. And that's pretty much it. Also, kind of what these are not. There are 3 street types we have throughout this county, 4 if you include exceptional rustic. And they kind of have their own unique purposes. They're arguably shared streets because we don't have dedicated facilities. You would walk in the middle of these, or at least on the side of them, but they're not what we're getting at with this whole program. These are not the curbless and shared streets proper noun that this is about. They are alleys, rustic and exceptional rustic roads, open section roads. They're all covered by complete streets already, and we're not getting into that with this effort. The first third of the guide is focused kind of on introductory stuff, the middle third's design, and then the last third are these special considerations that I'll run through the next couple slides. The first big one is intersection design. So where curbless and shared streets intersect with the conventional street, you have to decide which one's the primary one. Do you carry the curbless or shared street through that intersection as if that's the main route? And it would feel like a raised intersection at that point. If you're a motorist on the conventional street, you're probably going to see a speed hump going up, then you're level through the intersection that's level with the sidewalk and the curb street on each side of it, and then you'll come back down as you continue on with the conventional street. Alternately, the conventional street might be the primary road, and in which case it would probably feel somewhat like a regular intersection. You'd have the crosswalks kind of on the 2 sides, then the curb street would kind of end briefly and then begin again on the other side. Which one is primary will be case by case. It'll depend on the land use around it, the context, the activity levels, what's the purpose of this area, and obviously the through traffic on the conventional street will be relevant. But I think, in my opinion, I would love to see the shared and curb streets be the dominant street as much as possible. I'm going off script. What have I said? I want to make sure I don't miss anything. I think that was it for the slide. Yes. Okay, moving on. So, of course, shared and curbless streets, I missed the arrow, thank you. Shared and curbless streets can intersect with themselves, and those can also take many forms. So on the left slide here, this is from a location in DC, where it's kind of a plaza feel. It's just kind of an open pavement environment. There's really no structure to it. A car can just appear in there. Pedestrians are just in there, and it's a very open space. I think we call that a plaza. You can also have plazas that are a little bit more structured. On the right image, it's tough to see in this image, but you have an open space, really for the pedestrians particularly, but there is still a structured car area off to the side. And then actually on the next slide is sort of a street-like intersection. I'd say this is probably more like a curbless intersection, where from the top, it looks like a street, or a regular street intersection. But if you're on the ground, it's still flat. It feels like you can just walk straight through the middle of that intersection. And that's kind of the comfort goal with those sorts of designs. Here's the target speeds. I knew I had them in here somewhere. You can also use movable planters and barriers to help block access into these spaces. And they can, by time of day or targeting certain vehicles, you may only allow, the Bethesda Row example is, I don't know how often they pull out those bollards to let trucks in, but I have seen it happen. So it's completely closed off almost all the time, and then they'll pull up the bollards, a truck can get in there, do deliveries, and then back out, bollards go back in. I think Darcy mentioned this before, but just the entrance to these areas, there's so many different ways you can do to help set the context, especially for motorists in particular, what the priority is as they come into these spaces. Helping to change the pavement materials, just change the lighting fixtures, just the whole environment to say like, hey, you're no longer just on a street for cars, now you're in a completely different environment, and try to help reinforce to the motorist that you slow down, you're not the priority through here. The same treatments can also help people with disabilities navigate through these areas. And I'll actually get into that. I think I put it on the next slide. Yes. So accessibility, of course, a humongous critical design need for these streets, as they're one of the biggest criticisms of these streets, rightly deserved, is how they can be exceedingly difficult to navigate. Just a lot of, especially guide dogs particularly, they're trained to detect certain things that are no longer here, like curbs. So it's really important early on first just to engage these communities. We have at MCDOT, some of our designs, we've done 3D mock-ups of these designs so people can feel their way around what it will look like. Obviously, it's not quite the same as being there in person, but it helps build that image. And then actually get people out to built environments. So we don't have many in this county or even in the region, but there are some. Some are better and some are worse, but it can be good to get an experience across all of them. And yeah. Then there's, I kind of mentioned the design treatments. I think the guide strips in particular is going to be a huge part of this. These guide strips you see on the screen, do we have any in the county yet? I think we're getting some in Silver Spring soon. Bethesda might have, okay, yeah. These are new under ProWAG. This is the basically accessibility guidance that is now approved or almost approved at the federal level. They have been in use worldwide. They're just new to this country. And they help guide you along. Of course, you have the dotted bumps at intersections, but these now guide you between intersections. They take you along the walkways to crossing points. And that's going to be a huge part of this when you lack so many other ways to navigate when you can't see what's happening. Also, another big part of this is watching the pavement materials and the colors that you use. Pavement materials still have to comply with different accessibility guidelines. There's, for example, the bumpiness of it. It can't be too bumpy, and if you're in a wheelchair, that's very uncomfortable. I just had back surgery. I've discovered a new appreciation for how bumpy things can hurt so much more than you think they would. And the differing colored pavement patterns. If you have like dark and light alternating colors, it can look like steps when you have limited vision. And you take that step, but it's actually flat, and you trip. So that's things you have to pay attention to as we go through all this, and we've called that out as part of this guide. I think I have one more slide up. Nope. Moving to stormwater management and drainage. Obviously, managing water is a challenge that we hope the public doesn't have to think about, as long as we figure it out right. Curbless and shared streets, they provide lots of opportunities for stormwater treatment options, including planters, bioswales, perhaps also permeable pavements, especially if we have less vehicle loading. That might be more of an option in more of the pavement areas, but obviously if emergency vehicles have to get in there, you still have to make sure you have load-bearing pavements. I'll mention that again shortly. Beyond stormwater, there's similarly a lot of flexibility in drainage options. Water might drain to the center, as in the image on the left, or it could go to through the sides as in the image on the right, which is actually Ellsworth in Silver Spring. Then also these images show two different types of drains. So you have a slot drain on the left, which is just that kind of gap running longitudinally along the street. And then on the right, Ellsworth is draining to specific inlets by way of a valley gutter, channeling it into the inlets. Of course, all the grades with these sorts of drainage options have to comply with ADA. I can think of quite a few drainage spots around the area where it's like you're hopping over a canyon if you have to try to get across that ditch. So you have to, don't do that here. Then also the water intake itself, inlets and so forth, they have to be compliant so that people don't fall in, especially heels, bike tires, depending on how those get aligned, are some of the biggest offenders we have in this region. And again, make sure that doesn't happen on these streets in particular where people can be walking anywhere. Maintenance, another big consideration, as things like trench drains in particular. Lots of people like them because they're aesthetic, but they can also be a maintenance hassle. Valley gutters, I'll show Ellsworth, it's on that picture. Ellsworth, again, has valley gutters to the side. That can help support green infrastructure, bioswales, and so forth that are along that same side. Just run the water into them. Important to engage utility owners on opportunities, but also especially constraints. There's some utilities, it's electric, water and electricity don't match very well. And there's a separation you have to maintain between water infrastructure and some of these utilities. And of course, curbless designs might require specialized calculations to run through the drainage and stormwater management. Permitting processes we're gonna have to navigate because this is all new. We haven't done this, it's just atypical. Anytime you have something new and atypical, you gotta figure out how to do that right. Lighting, I also do photography. There's few things that can relatively cheaply change the dynamic in an area more than lighting. And at its core, lighting should be pedestrian scaled. It can be used to give an area a distinctive look, feel, help make a place more pedestrian oriented and inviting. Overhead span wires, I've seen these on a lot of the examples we've looked at as part of this effort. There's a lot of them regionally as well. They can be great for all those same reasons, but at the same time, on a public street, they can be tricky because you either have a whole bunch of poles to hold up those wires, or you have to anchor them into the buildings, and that's agreements you have to figure out with the property owners that probably a bureaucratic nightmare to figure out liability, maintenance, and so forth associated with that. It can't be done, but tricky.
Could it be part of the public lighting infrastructure? I think we had a presentation about street lights, and couldn't the hanging wires just be part of that lighting
I think what
system?
we're working on at this point isn't at this level. I mean, you guys might know better than I do, but this is also in that category of aspirational things I think we would want to try and navigate toward, with these streets at least. But they would be tricky for those paperwork reasons, basically.
Eli Glacier, for the record, yes, this is something in the lighting briefing that the board received last year. The ability to hang lights between buildings is something that we're interested in pursuing, and I think on public streets, for the reasons Mr. Bossi identified, it may be a challenge in the short term, but on private streets or these types of roadways in private developments, it's something that we see across the region today, and it's much easier because there's no public right-of-way. So the building owner is the street owner, and everything sort of works together. So it's easier to see that come to fruition.
Could it be included in like a requirement for like public amenity kind of thing, and you could build it into the plan, the master plan or zoning, something to that effect?
Yeah, I think there's definitely the potential to, as a condition of development, be more specific about what the lighting program for a project should look like, and it should include these things. And yeah, I don't think that's out of the question at all.
Thank you. I think this is my last slide. And then there's fire access and operations. So our core requirements for fire access are 12-foot travelway and periodic 8-foot areas to allow for the outriggers to be deployed. Curbless and shared streets make this surprisingly easy to achieve because you have that porous furniture zone. Maybe you have planters every on occasion, but mostly it's things you can move. That's kind of the point of it. You got cafe seating and so forth. That really achieving fire access is pretty easy for these streets. I think the alternative pavements are probably the bigger concern to watch out for as we especially if we look at permeable pavements or different colors, just maybe make sure if it's non-standard that it's still load bearing, and is it gonna fail as we run occasional fire trucks on these? And maintenance agreements may have to be a part of that as well as we use atypical pavement types. And I think that's it for me. Back to Darcy. Thank you.
Thank you. So we look forward to discussing this with you, but just to explain kind of the processes for this guide. So you could either approve it today, or we can come back and do a work session and discuss it more. But once you approve the design guide, it will then be in effect, and we'll use it to inform the master planning and development review process. And then planning staff will continue working with MCDOT to collaborate on making any needed code revisions any revisions to the county code or regulations and other policies for consistency. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Let's have the board give comments, questions, and maybe toward the end, we can decide what are the next steps, okay? So just briefly, want to say I really appreciate this collaboration here between Montgomery Planning and MCDOT. That's very, very important to us, you know, to be aligned and work out things ahead of time. So I appreciate that. And one of the questions, a couple things. One is, I appreciate the need to have different sort of colored pavers, textured pavers, and I wonder, big picture and we have to make things handicap accessible. And one of the things, though, as you move forward on this, about the cost of having different types of pavers and having to maintain them, and if they're all sort of different and stuff. I know over time it's great aesthetically to have certain things, but having, you know, having different types and stuff, how does that work for maintenance and all the long term? And then the last question is, I know planning has several master plans going on. Where do you see do you see some of this in some of the current master plans? Where do you see some of this in some of the current master plans that you are working on? So those couple questions.
Well, I was just going to jump in about the materials.
Yeah.
So I think we see most of these, I think many of them, especially initially, will come through the development review process. So these could be private streets or streets that are maintained, that are, you know, privately maintained. And in that case, it will be, you know, up to in coordination, figuring out what the materials are. But I think there's less concern about having a bunch of different types of materials when it comes to things that are privately maintained, because it's like a private problem. And they're also maintaining just their street.
Right.
Versus for county government maintained facilities, I think we would definitely want consistency in those. They might be different than, they might be different than a conventional street, but I imagine for cost and maintenance purposes, you would want to use, you know, some of the same materials or ones that you're able to maintain easily and replace as needed.
No. Guess I'll add to that. So yeah, I think I think private streets will be the lion's share of these streets for a good long time. But we do have some public streets in master plans already. Bethesda and Silver Spring both identify several streets that would be this category. And I think it's something that we'll have to include in our budgeting process for these streets when they come around through CIP and working it into our operating budgets as well. There's certainly a higher cost for these than a conventional street. And but at the same time, that's as you try to make these attractions and the kind of generators in their own right for these areas, that's the trade-off that will be as part of the budget process. Is that worth the cost that will come with them?
Thank you very much. Other board members to provide comments?
I have a comment. Is this aspirational attraction for like more desirable, livable communities, or is it more functional? Because I do see benefits from curbs and how they help control vehicles and give buildings some protection from vehicles to redirect a vehicle that's in motion, or sometimes when somebody makes a mistake and hyper-accelerates, and instances where you can look at where curbs have been a benefit, or sometimes at restaurants, drive-throughs, local establishments where people, through some folly, accidentally accelerate their vehicle and drive it into the building. And so, and then also you can give some reprieve to pedestrians who maybe feel more safe, because people are more attentive when there are curbs because they don't want to damage their vehicle. So is this more aspirational for like an attractive environment, or is it more functional and purposeful?
I want to say both. That's the easy answer. I think you're trying to create that is the environment that people want to congregate in. I think a good example is the Wharf in DC. I think most of us have probably been there at this point. And if you remember pre-pandemic, Wharf Street was open to traffic. It's been closed to pedestrian only since the pandemic, but it has that kind of mixing space, but it's a place where you want to be, even though the cars were also there. Granted, I think the Wharf, I mean, there are no perfect examples, I think, of any curbless or shared streets, but the Wharf had a lot of traffic on that street at that time. And that was probably the one kind of criticism of it, is it was that constant flow of cars. It felt like you still couldn't be in that space because of how much traffic there was. The intent of what we're trying to get toward here is to be mindful of that, the I guess pickup drop-off pressure of the land uses also on this, I mean, garage pressure from vehicle parking areas that are loading on these streets, but also the pickup drop-off loading, to make sure it's not going to overwhelm the street. You don't want it to be a space that cars are just always at. You want it to be kind of overrun, that's the right word, by pedestrians. You want them to have enough kind of command and presence that it makes it clear it's not the car space. Now, to speak toward the errant car, there are design things that can be done to help reduce that, and I think that has to be central at a lot of these points as well. Is I mentioned earlier, if you have parking, especially on curbless streets, where you're more likely to have parking spaces than shared streets, to keep parking on one side only, and then you'll switch it to the other side on occasion, and it helps form chicanes that like shift the road left and right. And if you have an errant car, at least it's going to bump into like a car and not just keep corralling down some other corridor. Just trying to cut down on how many straight paths there are that a car can just always go straight in. The furniture zone also kind of is intended to add to that restrictive space. It's still porous, but would have some fixed objects in it, like planters, bioswales, might have bollards. I know there's some people like bollards, some people don't. But things that could also stop a vehicle from coming out of where vehicles should be. And that's also why we have the comfort zone, is that space where if you're just terrified of cars completely, you still have the space you can be in that gets you out of the shared zone. No matter how friendly we might try and make it, you still have another option you can be in.
So
I like the idea, and one of the things I really look forward to, and you all getting this done. I forgot the road that is it's near the medical park, and it's just a road that's just too big, too fast. And we did a hands-on tour of that road. It's over near Seventh Day Adventist. Yeah, Key Avenue. So maybe a part of that could be there. And then also when we look at Key Avenue and the plans for that, I think part of it could be curbless. And then maybe part of it could be like this famous street in Barcelona called Los Ramblas, and which has like that kind of, it has some curbed area and some surface area, but it also has a plaza in between the two streets that is, I think it has some curb and some curbless. But, funny story, is I crashed a moped on Los Ramblas, and but for the curb, pedestrians would have been hurt on a moped.
I have a couple of questions. You said that there is a very low that is 5 miles per hour, but it could go up to 10 or 15 miles per hour, correct? So is there any way, I think that the one that you say 5 miles per hour is probably occasional use, that they close it and just for delivery or, loading or unloading stuff for the businesses that are around them. So it's not a cut through. But if it is 10 or 15 miles, then probably it's open during the day, and there are just cars that they have to go slow and shared. I do not know if you're planning to provide a potential list of this kind of roads in your guideline, and see that if there are handful of those available and what kind there are and what you're proposing. Because I'm sitting here and I have a hard time to envision that maybe I can envision one or two, but not that many, that it would be. I think it would be nice not to be inclusive, but just some suggested ideas of where you're thinking that these things could be applicable, and some examples that when people are looking at it, they say, okay, yeah, there is a potential that we could have something like that. I, for one, would be interested to look at that list. Maybe you could get it from master plans. We have some in the master plans that you are proposing to be like that, and say that these are included in future master plan, and some these areas could have potential in private. That's one thing. The other thing, I think that the stormwater management would be very tricky. It's going to be a tricky one, that how you could have the proper stormwater management, especially if we have a big rain, okay, or we have flooding, to make sure that stores or businesses are not flooded. And this is something that I think you should work very closely with DPS and engineering staff and DOT to make sure that we have. That would be a tricky one to do. Also in regard to make sure that we have accessibility. These are the ones. And I would be very interested at one point, maybe work session or what are the different design guidance on those, how we could make them possible. But I think that this is really a nice guideline, and it would be very useful. And it, even though if we don't use it, in near future on many streets, but at least it shows the intention that we have. Thank you.
So I just pulled up a list of projects where curbless or shared streets have been proposed as part of like a development project, and that was part of our work on this while we were coming up with the design guidelines, was to look at those proposals and to think about what really worked well in the proposals, what didn't work as well, and what concerns we were trying to avoid, and also the kinds of things that we did want to see. So this is just a handful of lists, but you can kind of get an idea about the locations. It looks like these ones
Yeah,
are
it
in a
would
lot
be
of
good if you included in the guideline that people can go see actual examples, and also for the future master plan and some other areas that you think they have the potential. I think it is important that people could see what we are talking about in context of what is available right now, that what we have.
And I'll add to the drainage, we've included DPS and the drainage stormwater folk in these discussions. I'm sure they know it will be complex. They haven't sent me hate letters, so I'll take that as good. It's something we'll certainly have to navigate as we go forward.
One of I think the other interesting things that's in the guide about stormwater management is this idea that the potential development of these types of streets could be coordinated with utility work that's already happening, or the creation of what we would call like a dig once approach, where the stormwater management, especially for retrofitting existing streets, is incredibly complicated and intensive and costly. So the potential to do that while the street's already getting torn up is to do something like the valley gutters or a slot drain like Mr. Bossi identified is a really big opportunity. And then I think largely this project came about to help staff respond to some of the private development interest in this street type that Ms. Buckley identified. There are master plan projects that have this recommendation: Newell Street in Silver Spring, Norfolk Avenue in Bethesda, and definitely some others across the county. And we're very hopeful that those projects, as they advance, will use this guide to help figure out the design characteristics and those sorts of things. I think the guide does a really good job of laying out the siting criteria for like when something like this would be appropriate from a traffic perspective, from stormwater perspective, et cetera. So I think we view this street type as very specialized, very niche. There aren't going to be many of these street types across the county, and that's okay. We definitely don't want to force it as a street. Like, we don't want there to be streets that are curbless or shared that are bad examples of those types of streets. And I think the guide does a really good job of making clear what the expectations are from the county about what's going to make a good one. And when we're working with developers or others who are interested in this, it's going to be, well, can you meet these characteristics here? And if you can't, then we're probably talking about a conventional street. We're going to make a really nice conventional street. It's going to be great. It's going to achieve all of the same characteristics of safety, vitality, et cetera, but it's not going to be a shared street, and it's not going to be a curbless street.
Yes, it's very important, the safety, because I agree that curb provide that safety feature, not only on part of the driver, and also on the side of walker. If I'm walking or biking, I know I have an actual separation that I have. So safety is very important. I don't want that this beautiful guided design, reduce the safety of the, pedestrians.
And if you're curious, if you want to just visit one and walk around, I'd say the wharf, probably the penultimate example in the region.
Yeah.
We also just have a new one. I say just have, it's probably been there about a year now. Chevy Chase Lake, right off of Connecticut by Manor Lane, new development on the east side, built at curbless street. And probably one of our better examples in the region, at least in the county. Ellsworth has a lot of similarities. The little part of Rudy, yeah. We have more examples starting to pop up, yeah. And not all of them have their faults, but I think they're all also good examples of what we're trying to aim toward and improve upon.
Yeah, just real quick.
Okay.
Very short comment. Actually, one of the things I really liked about this was attempting to introduce these as a standardized street type. That I don't necessarily want them to be a limited street type. I'd like to see more of these done well and done appropriately, obviously. But like, I appreciate this putting this in as now as a standardized approvable street type that we can have built in our developments. And so that's one of the things I liked. I thought the consideration of parking was really good. Always less would be better. But I'd like to appreciate your parking. And also, if you Google and you're trying to find out what page the discussion of parking was on, trying to find it, you go through like street parking, or you go through like bike parking and scooter parking, which I think is important to have included on stuff like this. So that was nice to have in there. Although I did have to click through several different things to try to find what I was looking for. But I like that. I do want to, I think, give some consideration to having a shared street that is not actually shared with cars. Like, what are those requirements to have it just completely closed to cars, and making sure that the design guidelines allow for that potential, allow for that as a potential option in there. And then off mic, I want to hear more about Commissioner Bartley's moped situation. We will talk about that later at lunch.
Yeah, just real quick, I just have a question. So first, yeah, this is really great work. I look forward to seeing more of these come out, not only from private developments, but as we've talked about, if there are more opportunities within master plans to identify and other just putting in CIP projects to identify other places. It's good to know we have a couple maybe in the pipeline, ready for CIP funding. But I think there's some opportunity to have more public versions of these. Also second the idea about options for carless shared streets too, where can we actually block off some traffic? I know Norfolk, the Norfolk Ave example in Bethesda, previously was as a pilot blocked off to vehicle traffic, and now it's back open, I suppose, just because it's sort of waiting to go through the design phase to sort of make a more permanent version of it. My question, so you alluded to something before about vehicle speeds needing some state approval to go below 15 miles an hour. And it got, I'm just kind of curious, you know, how, clearly there's going to have to be a lot of revisions to code and or state law to accommodate kind of all the characteristics we ideally want to see in these. Do we have a sense of like how many of those are within our control as a county versus how many of those would require some sort of state action? Obviously, the speed limit thing is crucial. We really can't really start talking about like great examples of these unless we can bring 15 miles an hour considerably lower, like ideally down to 5. But outside of the speed limit issue, are there other things that we need to go to our friends at the state to advocate for changes, or you know, how many things are kind of within our own control here?
I'd say the other big one would be right of way and the liability that goes with that, where you have streets that you're mixing people in the same space with, and how do you establish the liability and right of way for those situations in a way that is clearly defined in the way law has to be. I mean, you're trying to create an area that's not defined, and law needs it to be. So I think, unless others here disagree, I think that's probably a state level, because I think rights of way and liability are in the state code, unless someone thinks we could manage that locally.
So that exact issue of who has the right-of-way in a shared space is one of the key actions in the pedestrian master plan, was for the state to codify that in roadways like this, like a shared street situation, pedestrians have the right-of-way, because the way it is today, if you're entering outside of the designated crosswalks, if you're entering between intersections, the motor vehicle has the right-of-way. So that is clarification that needs to be done at the state level. So that would be helpful as well.
But I think it's worth noting that we've already laid a lot of the groundwork for many of these changes. For example, in the Complete Streets Design Guide, we identified a street type called a shared street. And so that process has already been paved in that sense. So there'll be some updates required to the regulation, to the code, but we did try to work, we certainly identified things that need to change, but we also have already kind of set up the framework for this.
Yeah, I think other than those two things, the speeds and right-of-way, I don't think there's much else substantial that we can't already address or hasn't already been addressed under code and regs updates.
Speeds, and those are two big ones, though.
Yeah.
We've also found, we looked at best practices, kind of both nationally as well as internationally. And for example, in New York, they had a similar speed limit problem, but they were able to post like advisory speed limits. So although they're not enforceable, you can still post advisory speed limits.
I think there's also an opportunity. I mean, when we talk about the speed limit, we're talking about the posted speed of the road. But the design speed and how we actually design the road can be as low as we feel comfortable doing that. So effectively, we would hope in any case, in any of these scenarios, that what drivers can drive would be less than what the posted speed would be at this time. So.
Can I just, so we can talk about next steps? So I like the other board members said, this is wonderful that you provide ideas of, you know, what streets could look like, or we want them to look like in, you know, in certain situations to make them more walkable, more, you know, more community. To create these great communities. You guys are so forward thinking, and that's what we love. So we have two options here. One is to have work sessions, or we can approve this, but one of the things is, what are the next, if we approve it, what are the next steps? For example, did DPS have a chance to comment on this before it's, you know, it's final, or could I hear a little bit about, should you add into it this thought about, you know, you're saying that in order this to really, we would like to be able to have, you know, what would need to happen at the state level to really implement, you know, things like about, you know, having slower speed, you know, what changes need to be, or right away, you know, so what do you think? I'm just asking if I'm asking the board too, if we said yes, approve with some additional comments, or you know, that, or or we need to, I'm not sure we need a work session, but should we also add some desired, looking forward things, like, should you add into your documents, or like, yes, we would like to, but some work needs to happen on the state level around things like speed and whatever to make this more effective. Just throwing it out there now. I just want to.
Can I ask one more
Yeah,
question?
yeah.
It's along those lines too. A lot of there's a good section limited on sort of ADA accessibility and things like that. And one of the things I did want to ask, and this is whether or not this is an appropriate place to do it, when we talk about restricting anti-loitering design or anti-homelessness architecture, is this an appropriate place for that? Because in your furniture zone, you have benches, you have things like that. And what we've seen recently is a rise in sort of benches designed to make sure people can't lay down, or planters designed that people can't sit on them. They have those ridges and stuff like that. Is this an appropriate place to discuss that as an inclusion for something like these shared streets, or is that something we address in another area?
I think we should address it in another area. The homelessness is a very difficult and touchy issue.
Yeah, I'm saying though
It's-
that if we're,
I know, it's the perception of you want to bring people there, you want to make them to be safe, you want to make them feel comfortable. So this is a very touchy and difficult issue, and I would not include it in this. No, it's.
my only issue is that we're asking them to design shared streets in what would be largely, or at least, if not predominantly, private spaces, and then bringing in anti-inclusive design elements is my only concern. I don't know if this is a place to have that, but I did want to bring it up as a comment and ask before I honestly forgot about it.
I guess I'm unsure what you're asking about to
Yeah,
include.
we don't mention it at all in here, any
Right.
of that material. And it is meant to be shared space and shared space design. And so we don't have any design elements that say when you put a planter in, don't put those little annoying triangles on it so no one can sit on it because you're afraid somebody's gonna sit there 35 minutes too long, or a bench that has a missing middle in it, ostensibly for, wheelchair access, but what it's meant to be is so that no one can lay down on it. Those are my questions of whether it's an appropriate place to include restrictions on that kind of design. I want the planners are great. What do the planners have on them to restrict access for people to go in there? It is a question of whether or not this is an appropriate place.
Can I ask a quick follow-up on that? First, I completely agree. In general, we have way too many examples increasingly of anti-homeless design, kind of just social gathering design. I mean, the benches are just one example, and the planters, but using kind of boulders to block off space from people laying. There's all sorts of examples I think we can point to. But is there a, I don't know if this is on the MC-DOT side, but are there places in county code that speak to design principles, kind of getting to the broader point of like, where in county code does it address things like, if you're going to put a bench in a public space in the right-of-way, what are the characteristics of that bench? Does that even exist? Are there any kind of guidance or restrictions, or because if not, I do wonder if maybe to this point, maybe whether or not this is the right place. I wonder if there's places where internally we can. If there aren't explicit places in county code right now that speak to design principles of inclusiveness, like maybe we can think a little bit more about kind of where the appropriate place on our end might be for taking on that conversation.
I'm perfectly happy to go through with a non.
Yeah, but I think it's a point to just, to you guys could help us think through, think through this. This is an idea that we have, but maybe it's not here, but it's helping us to understand where are those things, and if we need to, as a board, advocate or one way or the other in where they are, or if they aren't somewhere, just.
No, I would agree. I do not. I personally don't. This is a really important issue. It's a very, as Commissioner Pedowin said, it's a very complex issue. I would say, in my opinion, this is not the place to put it. We do have streetscape and urban design guides, and those might be more appropriate places to consider this going forward.
Okay, so maybe you can just see what we do have in streetscapes, urban design guides, and it can come up if that's okay with the board. All right, so to answer my question, I don't feel that there's this need to have a work session on this, and that we can provide our approval with whatever, some of the recommendations we gave, like, addressing, at least putting in there, what are ways to make sure that this, happens in terms of, are there ways that you can look at, what are you talking about, shared streets that, without cars, just as ideas, and then also about any legislative changes about speed and right-of-way that are needed in order to, make this easier to happen and make it safer, okay? Is that?
We have a running list of things, topics that we are, year over year trying to tackle. So yes, we can certainly add some of these ideas to that.
And then making sure, how does, DPS and, have a chance to comment on this? Are there going to be, how do you reach out to them and whatever, or is it that's a next step or something?
So they were part of our work group.
Okay.
We met monthly or every other month. They were, and they had multiple opportunities to review the document.
Okay.
So they have been an engaged partner throughout this.
And they have read this?
Yes.
Final? Okay, great.
I just wanted to note, I guess maybe for our own benefit, that like we're coming up to the state legislative session pretty soon, and I wonder if we can just make a note of kind of adding these couple of points to those conversations internally when we meet with kind of our, when we kind of bring forward our preferences to the local delegation and the conversations they have, that this should be part of what we talk about this year.
Okay.
Just real quick, there are a few probably little changes. There's a few errors, some clarifications that I think we're going to want to put into the document, but it won't change the substance. Just letting you know.
Great. If no other comments or questions, do you have a motion to approve the curbless and shared streets design guide with the comments we provided?
Yeah, I'll move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Thank you for being so forward-thinking and looking. Thank you. And we're going to take a lunch break now, and we'll be back at 1:35. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. We're on item number 6, the Bethesda Downtown Plan Minor Master Plan Amendment Preliminary Recommendations, where staff is briefing the planning board of the preliminary recommendations and to receive comments from the board. This afternoon, we have Elza Heisel-McCoy presenting, Down County Chief, and welcome, and we look forward to your presentation. Yeah.
Great. Chair Harris, thank you so much. For the record, Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief, Down County Planning. As advertised, we're here to brief the board on the preliminary recommendations for the Bethesda Minor Master Plan Amendment. I want to, before I start, give a shout out to the team. All of the divisions in the department are working on a lot of different projects, and so we've begged, borrowed, and stolen staff from a number of teams to get here today. And I want to just recognize from Down County, Atara Margulies, Tyler Milam, Grace Bogdan, and Stephanie Dickel. From the Parks Department, Henry Coppola and Christy Kabadi. And from Countywide Planning and Policy, Darcy Buckley, Jesus Beck, and Lisa Gavoni. There are others who will be more involved in the next stage, but I really appreciate their efforts. We would not be here today without them. So many thanks. Okay, so today we're going to go through some introduction and background, talk about what the Minor Master Plan Amendment is to refresh you, go over the implementation questions we've been addressing, talk about our engagement and what we've heard, go through preliminary recommendations and next steps. And I'll say now, as a bit of a spoiler alert, that we have some ongoing studies for transportation impact and for economic impact. So some of the numbers that we'll be looking for, I do not have today. We're going to talk about how we're getting to those numbers, but we will certainly have those the next time we come back to you, which we hope will be in October. So by way of background, Bethesda is a thriving urban center, an economic engine for the county, and one of the county's most desirable communities, home to 17,000 residents, 33,000 jobs, parks, shops, the arts, movies, and more, with excellent transit and pedestrian and bike networks. The Minor Master Plan is updating a portion of the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Plan, itself a full-year collaboration between residents, property owners, staff, the planning board, and the county council for a 20-year vision of sustainability, accessibility, equity, and innovation in downtown Bethesda, with a vision for affordable housing near jobs, shopping, and recreation, safe tree-lined sidewalks, bikeways, and streets, and new parks and open spaces. Since the plan was approved in 2017, the board has approved over 7 million square feet of development and site plan, so permit ready, about 3 million of which has been built, including 1.25 million square feet of office space, over 300,000 square feet of retail, 2,800 residential units, and over 400 moderately priced dwelling units. There's also been progress in implementing the parks recommendations. The Civic Greens, the largest park open spaces recommended in the plan, they've gotten sort of as far as they can get under their own steam. They're waiting on some other things to happen. The implementation of the Eastern Greenway, the board is very familiar with. The board approved parking lot 44 last week, which was an essential element to that. So that's moving forward. And then in recent months, the planning board also approved the Parks Department's acquisition of properties along Montgomery Avenue, between Montgomery Avenue and the Capitol Crescent Trail Purple Line for parks there. So catching as catch can and making good progress. There have been new bikeway and pedestrian improvements, and traffic and schools are operating within standards. So where are we now? So you will likely recall that the 2017 plan capped total development at 32.4 million square feet. That number based on a 2016 assessment of transportation infrastructure capacity as sort of conceived at that time, and that the plan recommends a check-in at when total development reaches 30.4 million square feet, which it did last fall. Since 2017, there have been many new buildings completed, but not as many new public amenities. $15 million in park impact payments, but no parks yet complete. So that check-in to address some of these questions is the minor master plan amendment. So what is the MMPA? The scope of work that the board approved is the same as the Bethesda downtown plan shown on the right. The plan amendment is focusing solely on implementing current recommendations, no changes to specific zoning, park, or other recommendations, and it follows the master plan process. We're now at preliminary recommendations. So implementation areas generally to explore include economic development, park development, transportation improvements, schools, affordable housing, and a new community recreation center. As we've been going through the process and we've presented these questions to the community at a number of public meetings we've had, we've certainly presented them to the board. These are the questions that really the master plan, the minor master plan amendment is striving to answer. So is a development cap necessary in downtown Bethesda? If so, does it need to be raised? Are there alternative approaches that could work better? How do we ensure that public infrastructure can support future growth? What are the top priority public improvements recommended in the plan? And does the minor master plan amendment need to provide additional incentives to realize those? Is the park implementation strategy in the 2017 plan still the right one? And then lastly, could any of the current implementation recommendations be modified to better achieve the goals of the plan? So what we've heard. We have been doing engagement with the community ongoing since May. We've been at the Bethesda Farmers Market, and we've had a number of in-person and virtual meetings, one round to introduce the plan to the community and invite participation. We had a series of informational workshops over the summer to talk about how master plan visions are built. And then now for preliminary recommendations, we've had 2 meetings so far. We have our 3rd one this Saturday. And we've also had numerous discussions with the Implementation Advisory Committee, and then individual and small group discussions with residents and developers. The top community priorities are for new parks, a new recreation center, improvements to the existing pedestrian network, preserving naturally occurring affordable housing, and expanding the tree canopy. Some of the specific comments that we've heard from residents include Bethesda is a growing urban center, but some are concerned that development has been coming too fast. The development cap should be tied to achieving public infrastructure and amenities. Religious and nonprofit properties should be exempt from any development cap for modest improvements. Construction-related interruptions to the pedestrian network need to be better managed. Loading and delivery management remains an issue. Bethesda needs more affordable housing at all income levels. And driving in Bethesda can be a challenge. From the development community side, we've heard that new development brings many benefits to Bethesda, that the real estate market is not expected to pick up in the near future, and the development cap creates significant uncertainty in that direction. The front-loaded park impact payment, which is required at building permit, is a financing challenge, and that implementation of the new civic greens in Bethesda has been delayed not by a lack of park funding, but by Purple Line construction, multi-party contract negotiations, and property owners uninterested in selling. So, preliminary recommendations. So first, addressing the question, is the development cap necessary? So one of the takeaways, the takeaway slide that we had from our workshops on building master plan visions are that master plans address many interconnected pieces of the built environment. Implementation requires many partners, public and private, and many tools. Plan visions are for 20 years, but are built project by project, and that markets guide the pace of development and public investment. The minor master plan amendment is then looking for ways to make the tools that we have work better for downtown Bethesda, and that includes density levels. So why and how plans set density levels? So there's 2 main reasons. The first is that master plans use density and height to shape a vision for the built future of the community. These density levels are typically based on the zoning that is mapped to a particular property. In Bethesda, building heights and densities balance high-rise development on Wisconsin Avenue, transitioning to lower buildings at the single-family scale communities at the edges. Second reason the master plan set density levels is to make sure that transportation and other support networks can accommodate recommended growth over the next 30 years, sort of beyond the life of the plan. And plans also include recommendations to enhance those networks, including transportation, schools, and other improvements. So density levels in Bethesda. So in 2017, the plan capped development at a level that was based on the transportation test at the time, which was really a projection of how long it would take car drivers to get through particular intersections in 2045. And that's the number, that's where the 32.4 million square feet number comes from. Beginning in 2020, the measurement changed to evaluate growth's larger impact on the surrounding areas more broadly, increasing focus on non-motorized modes of travel and access to desired destinations, and that the minor master plan development level will be based on this new measurement. So the new measurement, as I know you're all familiar, focuses on 5 metrics for projected impacts from plan recommended development, including auto and transit job accessibility within 45 minutes of the plan area, travel times for auto and transit for any purpose, vehicle miles traveled per capita, the percentage of trips taken by non-single occupancy vehicle, so the non-auto driver mode share or NADMS, and access to low-stress bike infrastructure. So to measure the minor master plan transportation impact, we think about every master plan has this measurable density limit. This is typically based on the mapped zoning recommended in the plan. But in Bethesda, in downtown Bethesda, developers can purchase density above that mapped zoning, which makes it difficult to predict the likely new or potential new development in Bethesda over the 20-year life of the plan. So the approach that staff has taken for the master plan adequacy tests is to measure transportation impact based on density absorption. So the amount of density that the planning board has approved its site plan since 2017. This is a conservative estimate that is very unlikely to be sustained over the life of the plan. The first couple of years after the plan was approved, the planning board approved over 1 million, over 1.5 million square feet. But really in the last 5 years, it's been closer to 500 or 600 as sort of the larger sites have already been taken up, and we're getting smaller and smaller projects, not to mention sort of the real estate development market and construction costs and interest rates and all of that. So staff will be testing these scenarios for the life of the plan. We don't want to come back and do another minor master plan amendment before the end of the plan life. So we're looking at development scenarios that would go between the period of 2035 to 2045, which is when we would expect for a 20-year life. That puts that's the downtown plan to around 2037. So we're looking at that. We're looking at potential density scenarios for those timeframes, and this analysis will also include and address potential schools impacts. So these are the numbers that we are working on, but we wanted to share with you sort of our approach. How do we ensure then that public infrastructure can support future growth? So there was a comment that we heard from the community that development should be tied to achieving public infrastructure, and we are pleased to say that all development is tied to achieving public infrastructure. The public infrastructure, the CIP recommendations from the plan are implemented with every project that the board approves through frontage improvements recommended in the plan, through local area transportation review for the adequate public facilities finding, and through capital improvement projects. So there's been a lot that has been done in downtown Bethesda since 2017, and as we get to the next step, we'll have some more evocative demonstrations of that. So the preliminary recommendation for transportation improvements is to continue LATR per the growth and infrastructure policy to improve pedestrian, bike, and transit-related alternatives to driving, and to support a number of recent and ongoing other initiatives. So supporting implementation of the loading management districts recommended in the urban loading study that we finished earlier this year. Supporting the planning DOT curbside management study, which is beginning later this year. Supporting the Department of Permitting Services and DOT's management of construction-related sidewalk closures, and supporting DOT study of enhanced transit service connecting downtown Bethesda to nearby centers. In terms of incentivizing top priority public improvements, the number one far away is new parks and park improvements, and we've talked a little bit about sort of the progress that has been made. I think the Parks Department is really in the same boat with private developers. It's very expensive now to acquire land, to build anything. So the preliminary recommendations that the Parks Department will continue to implement the recommendations, the parks recommendations in the Bethesda Downtown Plan will continue as they have been to refine implementation strategies as necessary to adapt to changing conditions, and will continue to seek advice from the Bethesda IAC on those matters. There's also the question then of updating the PIP. So the park impact payment in downtown Bethesda, developers can request density above that mapped to their sites. This is SPA's density. At building permit, developers make park impact payments to the Parks Department based on the amount of density they're approved for. And then, of course, the Parks Department can use those funds to buy new land for a park or even to build a new park. In 2017, the overlay zone, the BAS set the PIP rate at $10 a square foot with inflationary adjustments every 2 years. And the most recent increase was last year to $12.49 per square foot, which is the current rate. We have a consultant analyzing overall development costs in downtown Bethesda, including park impact payments and quantifying the benefits of development in Bethesda, both locally and countywide. And staff will be using that analysis to consider updating implementation of the PIP. So the questions that we're thinking about in terms of updating the PIP: is the current PIP rate right? Would the benefits of a higher rate outweigh the cost? So if development is assumed, the higher rate means there's more money coming in, but if a higher rate means that we can't assume development, then if development doesn't happen, there are no park impact payments. And so we're going to be looking at that in some more detail. Are there other changes to the PIP that would make development more market responsive and therefore more likely to happen and generate more PIPs? This could be structural changes, timing related changes in terms of when and how payments are made. And that changes to the structure and timing could be coupled with increases to the PIP rate. So again, we look forward to having, I think, some more analysis, some more recommendations for you at the next stage. For a new recreation center, the minor master plan would be recommending ways to incentivize public-private partnerships or developer amenities to provide the rec center. The image on the right is the Wisconsin Place Recreation Center that was built as part of the building behind it. This is on Friendship Boulevard in Friendship Heights. It was built by the developer and then dedicated to the county. We're also looking at providing a PIP credit for the area dedicated to a rec center. So last week, the planning board approved the PIP credit for land to be dedicated to a park. There's only going to be one rec center, so we're recommending extending that credit to the rec center, to designate the rec center as a major public facility for the CR priority public benefits. It's not listed there now. And to think about allowing additional height, building height to accommodate a rec center, so that if there's a public-private partnership and the first 2 floors, for example, were to be a rec center, maybe they could get an additional 2 floors in order to offset the costs.
Is there a plan for it now or not yet?
I'm sorry?
Is there a plan for rec center? Is it a partnership anywhere, or is it something in works?
So the 2017 plan recommended studying and implementing a new rec center in downtown Bethesda. For the rec department, it's a multi-stage process. The first is sort of a countywide needs assessment. There is an active needs assessment that includes downtown Bethesda, so that step has been met in terms of the need for a rec center in downtown Bethesda. The second is a program of requirements. That step has yet to be taken, and the program of requirements is done really before the Department of General Services starts looking for sites, because you need to know, am I building a smaller rec center? Am I building the SCRAC? So that step has yet to be taken. I think there have been efforts really over the last 7 years, probably longer, to look at publicly owned properties, to potentially, the redevelopment of which could potentially accommodate a rec center, but nothing's gotten past discussion stages.
So you all work in coordination with the Department of Recs and envisioning and developing these type of properties?
So we work primarily with the Department of General Services, who does the building for the county, and we've certainly we worked with Ronnie Warner at DGS in coming up with these ideas, and then certainly when there's potential, they come to us, for the SCRAC, for what's now I think it's just the SRAC now, the Silver Spring Regional Aquatic Center.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. That was a successful.
Yeah, I mean,
project.
the timing is everything, right? Timing and location. And so Silver Spring has been in the position to have a new civic building, a new library, and a new rec center, all in the last 10 to 15 years. I think Silver Spring's very fortunate for that, but it's a lot harder. It's a lot harder than it looks, especially in Bethesda, where property acquisition costs are very high. But so when there's a project sort of in the offing, we have many discussions in terms of process and everything moving forward. But for the plan, we've absolutely been coordinating with DGS.
Is it in the CIP, County CIP Rec Center? Do they have a CIP for their recreation center?
Not to my knowledge, but I haven't looked and no one's mentioned it to me. Okay, so then for supporting more affordable housing, I think the minor Matt, so the supporting affordable housing is a very high priority of the Bethesda Downtown Plan. It does a lot to encourage building affordable housing, not only increasing the MPDU rate from 12.5% to 15%, but also providing height and density bonuses and discounts for park impact payments. And so there are a lot of things that the Bethesda Downtown Plan does, but some things that it doesn't talk about explicitly are ways to incentivize family-sized units, units that have a deeper affordability, or the redevelopment of properties that have naturally occurring affordable housing, and how we strive to sort of minimize the loss of that. We have at the staff level, and we've been working with as well with Summer Cross and her team at DHCA. We've had 2 particular sites in Bethesda looking at no net loss of affordable housing, one on Strathmore Street and the other on Battery Lane. And so we are working to be thoughtful about that, and so looking for ways to get that language in the plan to help sort of provide more tools and more leverage. And then also, I think we're preliminarily making a recommendation to support codified standards for naturally occurring affordable housing. So Chapter 25 has standards for MPDUs, it has standards for workforce housing, So we're supporting similar standards for naturally occurring affordable housing. To update the Bethesda overlay zone.
Can I have a quick, or do we want to wait till the end for questions and discussion, or? I'll wait till the end. I have
If you want to
issues.
give clarifying comments or clarifying questions, happy to do that now.
Okay. Codifying naturally occurring affordable housing is going to be really, really, really hard. And I don't think and I off the cuff would not support attempting to codify what naturally occurring affordable housing means, because it doesn't exist. Like, naturally occurring affordable housing, it doesn't grow like mushrooms after a rain. It's dependent on policy and what we do. If it's not codified onto a long-term, like, affordable housing covenant, I'm tentative to go for this far for supporting codified standards of naturally occurring affordable housing, because there's not a good definition of it, and it's so dependent upon public policy that I don't think we can, in a way that's not going to stymie any. Naturally occurring affordable housing is usually in bad shape. And what you have is a situation in which you're not in, what has happened is this disinvestment. It's not naturally occurring affordable housing, it's disinvestment. And if you have naturally occurring affordable housing, it tends to not get reinvested in because there's, because it's sort of abandoned stuff. I'm hesitant on this portion of it. If the affordable housing is not codified under some sort of covenant, I don't want to start calling it affordable housing, or start protecting it in some way, or codifying it in some way that doesn't put it under an actual covenant, like a LIHTC covenant or an MPDU or something like that. So I hesitate on this particular aspect of it, because I don't know what the details, we haven't seen the details of it, but I'm not sure that a no net loss of something of something we don't have a good definition of is A, practical, and B, if it's naturally occurring affordable housing, that means by definition it's not subsidized or has a covenant attached to it. And if it doesn't, there's no way to maintain it as affordable housing that doesn't, in my opinion, stymie other forms of investment in the area. So I hesitate on this overall topic.
So I totally hear that. I think the intent, so one of the issues that came up in the Battery Lane properties is sort of what, the information that DHCA was looking for is different than the information that the property owner was providing. And so there isn't a standard definition of how to determine whether something's naturally occurring affordable housing or not. So I think the intent was really just to sort of set, again, sort of in sort of the chapter 25, to maybe set some parameters. And again, the recommendation is to support that. Yeah. So this isn't something that we would do. Honestly, this isn't something that you would do. This is something a DHCA would do. The code would need to be amended. Yeah. But in our discussions with DHCA, I think just a little because it's a bit of a murky topic, and I think we're just, in Down County, the Bethesda project, so Veers Mill, I think, was the first to have the recommendation in there. The Downtown Silver Spring Plan had the recommendation in there. The Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment has it in there. And the question always comes up, what does that mean? Yeah. And so I think Bethesda is the first place where we're really sort of doing the road testing for that. So I think the intent was more about parameters. Okay. But I totally hear what you're saying and appreciate the comment.
And I'm curious, does this come up as another point of objecting to development within Bethesda? If we're designating things as naturally occurring affordable housing, are we then offering another opportunity for critique and attempting to block any investment and any development of housing in Bethesda? Naturally occurring affordable, sorry, this is my background. If anybody wants me to get off my soapbox, I'll get off my soapbox. I don't think naturally occurring affordable housing is a thing. I don't like the definition. I don't think it makes anything easier to understand. I think it indicates that we think that this just came up without public policy and without public investment. Naturally occurring affordable housing is typically disinvested public housing that has not had the attention that it needs, and that all housing production is based upon the public policy landscape that we and other policymakers have installed. So maybe it's just the naturally occurring I don't love, but if the affordable housing is not codified under some sort of covenant and is not income restricted for some period of time or price restricted over some period of time, but we're not putting it in, we're saying that it's naturally occurring affordable housing so that it will perpetually be affordable housing, but we're not codifying it, we're not putting it under a covenant, and we're not saying it's gonna go into the NPDU program or be redeveloped through LIHTC or something like that. In that case, we're just designating random properties as, for some reason, cheaper than others.
I mean, I think.
And I know I'm going extreme on that.
Again, I think the intent is to, just like we have the MPDU program that has these things, is to start having the discussion. So again, this is just sort of supporting the idea. I don't, the plan's not going to be laying out a framework.
Obviously.
But I absolutely hear what you're saying, and I think we'll, when we come back with the working draft, and then hopefully in the work sessions, we can have folks from DHCA here to talk about what the plan wants to say.
And if we have something like, oh, sorry, I already do.
So from my experience, naturally occurring affordable houses has been sort of much older housing, so you can't charge.
Yeah, it's the disinvested housing.
And so sometimes it may not be disinvested, sometimes it is, but many times it may be, but it's just that it's at that age where it just costs so much to do a major renovation, and it's just sometimes you can't get the return for the cost to do it. You just can't. So it's just not done. You do the best. Some people just do the best they can to keep it going, but you can't finance it. But maybe the discussion, maybe it's sometimes around is that if a community had a certain area that had maybe all the families were at 50% or less, and you want to make sure that those families are not displaced, and maybe it's a different, so that you have enough housing as you do, hopefully with more density, those families in some way or another can still. But I think the no net loss of maybe it's naturally occurring, or a certain people of a certain income level can still afford somehow to live in that community.
And I think it's exactly right. I think that when you get to when you're talking about naturally occurring affordable housing, the only people willing to typically invest in that or take a plunge on those properties is a mission-oriented organization, a public housing authority, a nonprofit, et cetera. I mean, I think that I don't think designating it like this, or codifying this helps that investment, which is what produces new, truly long-term affordable subsidized housing for individuals. So I think if we come back to this and we do sort of engage on getting HOC involved with the right of first refusal, financing options, the HPF that we have a number of tools. I don't think this will produce or maintain or preserve more housing, codifying the standards of something that's pretty nebulous in the first place. But again, soapbox, me.
I think, thank you for I think Elza has a sense of what you're trying
Yeah.
to, as we, I'm sorry.
I was just going to provide a little context, and it was more specific to Bethesda, because the term really got, the focus of the naturally occurring affordable housing came up with respect to Battery Lane, and they weren't cheap. They weren't being disinvested. They didn't have the amenities and bells and whistles that the new developments did. And most of the people living there were people that, probably the postdocs for NIH, a lot of people that needed proximity to NIH in particular. And there were a couple areas that were like this. And again, I think it was trying to find a different terminology for traditional affordable housing versus the new development coming in, and what was considered naturally occurring, or basically remaining in place and just not being redeveloped. And so this really came to, this was a bigger discussion because there were certain areas of Bethesda that groups wanted to see preserved. And so that's why I know that term really started to stick a little bit more with this plan, and that was 2017, 2016. when we started hearing this a little bit more. So I think, the term NOAA, and if you took the affordable out, it's no.
Yeah.
So there's no new development in those areas, or if there's a replacement, then there's some kind of remaining, I wouldn't call it affordable, but existing housing that kind of is in tandem with the rest of the development.
Yeah, and this I understand. There are various ways in which you get whatever we call this naturally occurring affordable housing. I just think if we get to this point into the working draft, focusing more on encouraging acquisition and preservation by existing mission-oriented organizations is a much better way to approach this than by designating a new subset of not legally protected or legally binding affordable housing, but some non-developable piece of Bethesda. Like, Rockville Public Housing Authority has come into naturally occurring affordable housing, done the investment that would not have been done by a market-oriented organization, put dishwashers in places for the first time they never had dishwashers, that kind of thing, which would not have been done in the market, and then preserves a lot of it under a covenant and the rest of it under our own mission-oriented thing. Not there anymore. But I think when we get to this, talking more about facilitating the purchase and investment by our public housing authorities or nonprofits or what have you was a better way to achieve the support for affordable housing than to add another definition and designation of non-developable area. I think is a better way to approach it. Is pretty much what I'm getting at.
Okay.
So
I totally hear that. Let us do some more work, and we'll come back to you.
All right. Thanks. Thanks for letting me
for more thoughts.
Go off about that for a few minutes. Appreciate it.
Okay. So then I think this is the last one. Updating the Bethesda overlay zone to better achieve the goals of the plan. This is the same community the same presentation that I give to the community. You all know what an overlay zone is, so I won't do that. But what does the BOS say? The BOS identifies and defines BOS density, the development cap, the park impact payment, the requirement for 15% NPDUs, specific requirements for public benefit points, the public open space fee in lieu, and the BOS density use or lose. And there are a few of these that we're making recommendations to change. One is the requirements to buy BOS density. So as you're all aware, when the CR zone sets out maximum and then proportional commercial and residential density, they are not, in more recent plans, those numbers in Silver Spring, those numbers were all the same to avoid this issue. But in Bethesda, you have properties where you can't reach the total allowable density without having a mixed-use project. The BOS requires that all mapped density be used before folks can buy BOS density, and this has caused problems for properties that want to be single-use, so purely residential projects, and the solution has been live-work units, which are regulated as non-residential space, even though it's an apartment. There was a court case that came out of an early Bethesda project that clarified that. So in order to allow projects to have the flexibility to meet market conditions, to be purely residential or commercial where it makes sense, rather than having space that they don't want and may not be able to lease, we're recommending allowing purchase of BOS density for projects using all mapped commercial or residential FAR, and this will really result in a higher park impact payment because if you're in this example where your mapped residential is 4.75, if you want to do a 7 FAR building, under the current you'd be paying the PIP on 2 FAR. Under the revised condition, you'd be paying the PIP on 2.25 FAR. So that can be a significant. That can increase the yield for the park impact payments. Also, I'm sorry, was there a comment?
I did want to ask one question. So back for your example real quick. So within this minor master plan amendment, we are not considering rezoning or affecting the FAR for any pieces or anything like that?
Correct.
Okay. So all right, so not being able to allow that. So you would basically build You would have to buy anytime you're over 4.75 if you want a pure residential building.
For this particular
For this
zone,
example, yeah.
yes.
So so basically you'd be able to build to your maximum residential, and then you just buy whatever is over your R for your FAR.
Correct, and the same for commercial.
And the same, assuming you
if we were in an alternate reality and everybody was building offices instead of residential or not.
I get the
yeah.
sneaking suspicion that the C might not be the issue here, but the
Yeah.
R. But yeah, okay, so that's just so you would start purchasing then at the maximum of the residential FAR.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And really, that's how staff and the planning board initially implemented the requirement. And then it was the courts that had a different opinion, and we've been following that opinion since. So this would go back and sort of change the founding document.
Okay.
So on that line of thinking, if you go back, so you said use all your, so people were doing now these live works because they had to do 0.25 of a C, and then they bought above there, or they just at least had to do 0.25 somehow?
So they would basically have to have, in this, for this, theoretical situation, they would have to have at least a 0.25 FAR of commercial to get to their 5 before they could start buying boss density.
And then today they were using live work units as the 0.25 C.
Yes, I mean, rather than retail is very challenging everywhere. I mean, Woodmont Triangle, Bethesda has a lot of retail space, really too much retail space. It's not all filled. And so yeah, what we've seen has been live work units, not retail.
Have they been successful? I mean, just out of curiosity.
Have you
had any feedback on
the 8015 Old Georgetown? So the redevelopment of the church there on Old Georgetown, which was the one where that included this court case. They're under construction now. They have live work units. They have like a shared office. I think the other projects, the ones that we've seen in East Bethesda, they haven't. The 8015 Old Georgetown was approved a while ago, and so they're under construction now. The more recent ones have not yet started construction.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, there was a time when we used this, so before the Bethesda overlay zone, before being able to buy Bos density, this was done to sort of to require mixed-use development, because mixed-use development can be very good. And so as a policy tool, the zoning was set. I think what we've learned since then, and we like to think that we learn with every plan and project, is that that tool only works if you have sort of an unending flow of development potential. When you don't, it actually makes it harder. So in recent plans, we haven't used that tool, and so we're not going back and redoing zoning, because that's not an 8-month effort, right? That's another 3-year effort. So yeah. Okay, so then for the user lose provisions, so with the 32.4 million square foot development cap, density is a limited commodity, and so to prevent hoarding of Bos density, there are a bunch of restrictions put on it, including that essentially projects with approved site plans had to pull a building permit within 4 years. So they had 2 years to apply for the permit, then another 2 years to pull the permit, or the site plan approval is revoked. And we've had a small handful of projects in Bethesda that have lost their approvals this way. Others have met the first round by sort of, spending the money to go through a building permit application, but not really in any position to finance the actual construction. So they've had to work around that. And so, this requirement, again, when you're in 2016 and you're looking at this sort of pent up demand for development, this makes sense. 7 years later, you're in a very different market. It doesn't make as much sense. It ends up reducing flexibility for projects to respond to market conditions, makes it harder for the projects to happen at all. The subdivision ordinance, adequate public facilities finding that the board makes for pretty much every project or at least the development projects in Bethesda that we're talking about requires a building permit to be pulled in 5 years. So I think from our perspective, the use or lose is a duplicative requirement, and so we are recommending to take that out. Lastly then is the public benefits. As you are all well aware, the CR zone requires certain categories of public benefits. The 2017 plan had a lot of discussion on the public benefits and what the priorities should be. It had, specific language in the overlay zone. So beyond, the back page, the implementation section of the plan that says our top priority public amenities are A, B, C, D, in the zoning ordinance, it says you can't get public benefit points for X, Y, and Z. It changed the numbers of points. So in Bethesda, you need 30, or you can get up to 30. You need a minimum of 10. So there was a lot of very specific work that went into the public benefits piece of the Bethesda overlay zone. It's been very successful, I think, in the development that's come to Bethesda. The public benefits have been meeting the goals and vision of the plan. The board recently, or not too long ago, approved a draft incentive zoning update, right, that looked countywide at how the public benefits program is being implemented. That's getting ready to go up to council later this year. I think the EZU and the minor master plan will be at council roughly the same time. So the plan will make a recommendation to address the relationship between the overlay zone and the EZU. Okay, so then just to wrap up for the schedule, we're here at the board today, and we've been out in the community to brief everybody on the preliminary recommendations. We had some comments that were provided to the board, which are very helpful, and we will definitely use those as we move forward. In next month, we're looking to have a working draft to you. The intent is that because this is very technical and very focused, it will not be a very long document, and only as long as it needs to be. We'll be looking for a public hearing in November, and then work sessions and a planning board draft to the county council by the end of the year, so that the county council can do their own public hearing and review in the new year before they take up the next round of budget discussions. And that's where we are. You can stay connected and get involved by visiting the website or emailing me.
Thank you very much for bringing us up to speed and for some of your preliminary recommendations. Do any of the board members have questions or comments? I have just a couple. I know because of the economy, we may not have been providing, some of the infrastructure improvements or the park improvements that some of the community groups have wanted. In your discussion with them, I think we're going forward, we're always going to have some constraints and things like that. Is there any way for the community to prioritize, like, what's important? Like, we probably can't do all the parks. We can't. Have they said these are the things that are most important to us and prioritize that, so that, because many of the master plans are something, they're kind of not aspirational, but they, like, they are somewhat visionary and what we would like to have. But given what development has happened, can there be some prioritization so that maybe the parks or other can maybe focus more funding on certain things instead of everything? That was one question. And then you said that, so you're going to be doing a study on what transportation infrastructure you will need, given these new ways of doing transportation tests and whatever, to see by 2035 or 45 what additional density you can and meet those transportation needs. Is that what I heard too?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, great. So if you can answer the question about prioritizing infrastructure improvements, and is there some consensus in the community, or would that help you as you're doing your work?
Sure. So thank you for the question, Chair. Henry Coppola, Montgomery Parks Long Range Planning Supervisor, for the record. It's a great question. It's one that we wrestle with a little bit, and the way that we've been coming down on it, and that in practice has been most useful and important, is for us to be able to be flexible. And as you said, we kind of have the broad range of recommendations which are aspirational, and then prioritizing too strictly ends up being complicated in terms of being able to adapt and react to the changing development climates and real estate climates, and being able to pursue properties for acquisition when there's willing sellers and when they become available. In our experience, particularly in a complicated real estate environment like Bethesda, it's been better to have more flexibility than not. And with that sort of general guidance and more general prioritization that was included originally in sort of the larger civic greens are sort of important in a way, and we continue to work towards those, and those have been some of the ones that we've managed to make progress on so far.
Well, and I also that so before Henry was in his current role, Darren Fluchet, and the team, including Henry, went to the IAC and talked about this is where we are on all of the projects and got feedback. So I think the Parks team has been doing a great job with engaging with the IAC on what the priorities are. I think what we hear from the community at this point, they're kind of saying, anything will do. It's been 7 years. We want something, but I think from the planning side, and really with an eye on the development applications, I think we're within 3 to 5 years of having a lot of things come online at once. I think we could potentially have 3 blocks in the next 5 years, 3 blocks of the Eastern Greenway. I think you could have significant movement towards the Farm Women's Market Park. I think 5 years puts us to 29, so that's theoretically after the Purple Line's done, so there could be movement on the Capitol Crescent Civic Green. So I think there are a lot of things in motion. The buildings, it takes 2 years to build a building once it starts, and so there have been more buildings coming out of the ground, but just as it takes a while for all of the work that developers do to get buildings to come out of the ground, it's the same for parks. So I think the Parks Department is doing a great job, and I think there's a lot to look forward to in the not too distant future.
No, don't take my question wrong. I know the Park Department is doing a great job. I was just wondering if the community had talked about some priorities. Wonderful. We thank you for bringing this to us, and we look forward to the draft in a month or so, whatever you said there. I think it was November or October.
No, we're looking to do it 3rd or 4th week of October.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Great.
And
thanks for your comments.
Yeah, we'll take a 2-minute break, and then we'll go to our last item of the board session, which is item number 7, Montgomery County Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage Systems Plan Proposed Category Map Amendments. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the afternoon. It's item number 7, Montgomery County Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage Systems Plan Proposed Category Amendments. County Executives AD 2024-3 Administrative Amendment Group 4 Water/Sewer Service Category Change Requests. Public testimony accepted. And, excuse me, this afternoon we have Jamie Pratt from Montgomery Planning to take us through this item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm Jamie Pratt from Up County Planning Division, and with me today is my supervisor, Donnell Ziegler. And we have 4 administrative cases. These are usually ones that are less controversial than those that would go to the county council for a final decision. The lead agency for these cases is DEP, so they are here with us today. If you have any questions, the DEP held a public hearing on these cases on August 21st, but the record is being held open to allow time for the planning board to provide their recommendations as well. The map on the screen before you shows the location of the 4 cases today. They're all, unlike past ones when they've been concentrated largely in the Potomac area, these are near Laytonsville, Damascus, and Hyattstown/Clarksburg area. And the reason we're here is because state law requires the planning agencies to review any changes to the water and sewer plan for the county. And just as an example reminder, a lot of the master plans, especially in the Up County, have a map that shows where sewer service is proposed. Public water service is generally available throughout the county, although there's large parts of the county that still rely on well water, but it's not as controversial as the extension of the sewer network. So there's a lot of constraints involved. So the master plan always makes recommendations for which areas are suitable. So the first case today is the Brinklow Blocktown property that is up near Hyattstown and Clarksburg. It's just off 270, off Peachtree Road. This is Old 100 Road, if you're familiar with the northern extremities of our county. They would like well, this is a little bit different than usual because they're not actually requesting a category change. They're too far from the sewer envelope to receive public sewer. But they are asking for a multi-use water and septic system. And this is also something that requires approval. It's actually in the water and sewer plan, any multi-use system. So because they want a multi-use system, similar to a category change, it has to be reviewed by the planning agencies and then ultimately decided, in this case, by DEP. So this is a future winery. They, I believe, are already growing the grapes, but they would like to have a winery and a tasting room on the site. And they need to have a multi-use water and septic system in order to facilitate that use. So it is in the AR zone, and it's covered in the 1980 Preservation of Agriculture and Rural Open Space Functional Master Plan. This map that you see here shows the planned septic areas from the 1980 AROS plan. The dark areas were already basically had sewer service. The shaded areas were proposed for sewer at the time. And there have been some changes to where the sewer ultimately ended up, especially in Clarksburg on the west side of 270. But essentially, this is mostly the AR zone, and the AR zone was not going to, it was not recommended that sewer service be extended to that zone. So this, in this case, they want a 4,999 gallon per day system. And the reason they didn't ask for 5,000 is because that kicks in special reviews by the state annual reporting, and if they stay under that number, then life is simpler for them. So the master plan didn't recommend public water or sewer, but they're not asking for public water or sewer. The master plan supports agricultural uses, and the winery and tasting room are considered to be accessory uses to the farming operations of the vineyard. And so the county executive and staff recommend maintaining the W6 and S6 categories, but approve the multi-use water supply and sewerage systems conditioned on their being able to get their permit from DPS. So I think in the past, we've kind of said yay or nay on each of these cases as they've come through. So are there any questions about the first case?
No, you guys are, county's recommending yes, you guys are recommending yes. I have no problems to do nothing but recommend yes. How about the board? Thumbs up?
Thumbs up.
Okay.
Yeah, I did have one question on the first map, just so I'm understanding. Yeah, right there. The red, no, I'm sorry, go this one. When it says in the legend county zoning, what does that, I mean, on those dots, is that the same as those red dots in there?
This map is on all of the cases sent to us from DEP. So it,
Alan Sukup with Montgomery County DEP. Are you referring to the dotted boundaries?
Yeah,
Those
it
are
says-
zoning boundaries.
It says county zoning?
Right, that's a
Like
county
what?
zoning boundary.
Oh, so that's the
like-
AR zone.
Like AR versus something else?
Right.
Yeah,
And on this side of 270, it's all AR zone.
And the other side was, it's whatever, whatever it is. Okay.
Yeah, you can see this one's confusing because all it's doing is the right-of-ways are basically being excluded from the zones as they're shown. So it looks like there's a lot more zoning changes than there are. Because every time there's a right-of-way, if it's been dedicated, you'll see these lines that describe the zones.
I see.
It's
Okay.
kind of hard to see, but this one says RE2 zone, this one says rural zone.
Perfect.
AR zone.
I missed that. Thank you. Okay.
So the next case is the Gregory and Carol Linach case. They would like to have public water for an existing single-family detached house due to a failing well. DEP recommended that we also include an outlot adjacent to the property that's owned by the same people so that there's not this weird sliver within the sewer envelope. So they need to go from W6 to and W3, because there's two different categories now, to all be in the W1 category that allows for the water. And this is in the RE2 zone and covered by the Damascus Master Plan. One thing to point out here, the blue line in the street running in front of the property is an existing public water main. So the master plan supports public water service in accordance with whatever the 10-year water and sewer plan allows. And in this case, there's an abutting mains policy that says if you've got a water main running along your property, then you're eligible for the public water service. So there's no real controversy here, so we're recommending the approval of W1. All right. And next case is the Deeper Life Bible Church, which is right up the street. They want public water and public sewer for a proposed place of worship on the property. You can see a red line here is a public sewer line, a blue line is the public water line. The master plan, again, supports it where it's the provisions of the 10-year plan allow it, and in this case, it's within the planned sewer service envelope from the master plan. It's part of this little pink area shown here from the master plan. And as far as water service, it meets the abutting mains policy, so again, pretty easy case. We recommend approving the W1 and S1 category changes. And finally, we have another multi-use request. I'd never even heard of these before this latest batch, and we got 2 of them at once. They have an existing multi-use system allowing 1,500 gallons per day, and they want to increase it to 3,100 gallons per day to expand the veterinary practice. So again, this is not for a public sewer or public water, but for an expansion of the multi-use system, which updates the water and sewer plan when approved. So the subject property isn't anywhere close to the proposed sewer envelope, but that's not relevant in this case. And it is in the AR zone, which has restrictions on their septic systems, but expansions to existing systems that were established prior to 2006, if the ownership hasn't changed, the property hasn't increased, then there's the restrictions on the AR zone properties don't apply, and this property qualifies for all of those exemptions. And so therefore, there's nothing to say that this should be denied. The only difference with this one is that today DEP sent an updated recommendation because between the time that we did the report and now, they received permission from DPS for the system. So we've just slightly reworded the condition to remove the condition that it receive DPS approval. But essentially, we're just saying maintain it with the approval of the multi-use water system to expand to 3,100 gallons per day as permitted. So this is the final case.
So one quick question. So the expansion of the facility has not occurred, correct?
No, it has not.
The actual expansion of the facilities has not occurred. Permitting Services has issued permits for that. And so the applicant is understandably anxious to move forward.
Right. Great, thank you.
I noticed their website also already has announced that they're expanding, so
Okay.
they're very excited about it.
Yeah, perfect. Other questions or comments? before-
I have a couple of questions for just understanding. When there's an increase in gallons per day, does that mean an increase in their water storage unit? Or are they going to be using more water than is permitted by the WSSC? Or why can't they just pay for it? So that's one of the things that I'm interested in knowing. Is it an expansion of the water system?
Well, they
Connection
use
to the
well
water
water,
system? Okay.
so they will be.
This has nothing to do with WSSC except for plumbing permits.
Yeah, but, I mean, it says an increase from the gallons usage per day, right?
Right, so
So,
they'll be drawing that much more out of the ground.
and so there's a limit on how much they could draw out of the ground.
In this
so
case,
increases.
that limit would be 3,100 gallons.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand.
And at DEP's, DPS's well and septic group would review whether that would be too
Right.
much of a draw on the system, right?
This is a system that is drawing less than 5,000 gallons per day. And so it really doesn't come under the purview of the state at that point. There probably will need to be a water withdrawal permit issued by the state, and that would be between the Department of the Environment and Department of Permitting Services.
So who monitors, this is just for my understanding, who monitors how much water they withdraw per day? And why would they have to seek an increase?
There really isn't a monitoring program for systems this small. Once they get to 5,000 or more gallons per day, then the state steps in and requires an annual monitoring report.
So is this just, so people know, just in general, how much you issue a permit, so you know, essentially, you can model how much probably is being pulled, and so you can think about, is the, for planning for the aquifer, I'm not sure, is that what? the reason why you think?
If the septic system is designed for 3,100 gallons per day, design flow, then you really don't want to be pulling much more than that every day out of the groundwater, because you've got nowhere to put it.
Right, okay,
So there's a sort of a self-limiting
right,
approach to it, if you will.
okay, great, thank you. So are we good with this last one? And then do we need to make an overall?
So the final recommendation
okay.
is for to transmit the planning board's recommendations to the county executive.
Okay, great. So do I have a motion to transmit the planning board's recommendations to the county executive on these 4 water and sewer category proposed uses?
I'll move to transmit our comments and approvals to the county executive.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, so thank you so much. And before we end, I just want to make one quick announcement. So tonight, from 5:30 to 7:30 at our Wheaton headquarters, the planning board is giving the second of 3 series called Speaker Series. And tonight is called A Tale from Our Partners, Lessons Learned from the Trenches. It's around, our speaker series is all around housing. And tonight is primarily around the attainable housing. We have 3 great speakers, one from Oregon that talks about how the Oregon put in practice laws to provide for attainable housing or missing middle housing. Then we have 2 speakers, one local from Alexandria, Richard Tucker, who was talking about how Alexandria implemented attainable housing. And we have one, Marie Felicia Aguilar, senior housing planner, Emma Brown, from St. Paul, Minnesota, to talk about how St. Paul, Minnesota implemented attainable housing. So we look forward to have you come tonight or listen online and to learn lessons from how others implemented the attainable housing strategy. So thank you so much, and this ends our planning board meeting for today. Thank you.